Ordained.
Labour have stated openly in leaks to the press that they want reform to win, because it's existential if the Greens come ahead of them. It takes away basically the only bargaining chip they have with left-wing voters, which is...
Yeah, fast finger. I'm back! Thank fuck for that. Yay! Okay, shall we? And you know what? And down to here. No. Listen, run on it. See. Fine, fuck it. It is her. Fucking hell. Okay, this is a little bit out of date, but fuck it. Oh, no. Where's my chat? Huh. Weird. Curious. Yeah, it's doing on both at least. That's something. Hello everyone. Stream manager. Oh, right. There we go. Right, there we go. Oh, yeah. Fucking hell. Fine, right. A political row on Twitter has deepened after Shipley MP Philip Davies branded a Wards councillor moronic Brexiteers comments disgraceful. I can see where she's coming from. In a tweet which has since been deleted, Councillor Vanda Greenwood, Windhill and Rose, commented on a Telegraph and Argus article which set out what will change for UK residents from January next year. The councillor wrote, "Thanks, you moronic Brexiteers," followed by an angry face emoji. Immigrant from the MTG. Rejoice, comrades. Idiosyncrasy. Hi. But the local politician came under fire from the MP who believes she has misjudged the people living in her ward. No, she was calling yous, the politicians, moronic. Or disingenuous if you want as well, if you want to class it like that. Mr. Davies replied, "Nice way to talk about the people who live in the ward you claim to represent, Vanda. What was the Leave vote in Windhill and Rose? Keep telling your voters they are morons and then surprised when there is a backlash." Again, I believe she was calling you Tories, and Brexiteers are not just Tories, obviously. Morons. Or liars. Figures from 2016 referendum show 63.38% of voters in the ward voted Leave, and 36.62% voted Remain. The MP later told the Telegraph and Argus, "The people of Windhill and Rose now know what their Labour councillors really think of them." Windhill and Rose had the biggest Leave vote of any of the wards in my constituency in the EU referendum, and now we know what contempt the Labour councillors who are supposed to represent them have. This is precisely why so many working class voters abandoned the Labour Party in the general election. It is clear that Labour have learned nothing from that. I hope the residents of Windhill and Rose will return the sentiment when Labour come knocking on their doors for the local elections next year. Vanda clearly thinks her voters are too stupid to notice or care. I think she has misjudged them. Good evening, Andree. The councillor responded to the comments in a strong statement. Philip Davies knows exactly who I was referring to in that tweet. People like him and Boris Johnson, who trumpeted Brexit as a positive thing, knowing that it would end up costing people more, Councillor Greenwood said. And now their inability to deliver Brexit will mean people paying more for basic goods, including food that will be less safe. That impacts directly on people in Windhill and Rose and will for years to come. I will take no lessons on what voters in Windhill and Rose think from an absent MP sniping from the leafy suburbs of Cheshire. When asked by the Telegraph and the Argus about his location, Mr. Davies said it is linked to his role in Parliament. No, you may have to. I'll give them this one little carve out. I have no problem with them having a house, a property, in their constituency, and one down in London. I don't like it, but I suppose, fuck it. You don't represent a constituency in Cheshire, Philip. You're from that area. I will give you your house there in your constituency and one down in London. You don't need to be in Cheshire to do your job. You can either travel down from Chipley to London, or you can have both of them, so you can travel to and from your constituency in Westminster. You don't need to be in Cheshire to represent the people of Shipley. Thank you. I wonder if my MP has a house here in the constituency. If she does, it will probably be to the east of me, which is in that direction. Because I really don't think she lives here, where I am. He continued, clearly Vanda wants to deflect from the substance of the fact that she's been caught out telling people what she really thinks of her constituents. She didn't say her constituents, which is understandable. Otherwise, why did she delete the tweet when it was pointed out? I'm actually in Parliament representing my constituents as I was elected to do so, so why the fuck are you living in Cheshire? And given that Vanda doesn't live in the ward she claims to represent, I think she has a brass neck criticising others who don't. Well, move out of Cheshire then. Move to your constituency, or stay in London. Obviously, he has to go to his constituency to do his fucking surgeries. The councillor's correspondence address on the Bradford Council website corresponds to Belden. In the past, the councillor has revealed strong family links to the Windhill area where she was born and raised. The councillor said Philip Davies is digging himself a hole with these comments, which are utter nonsense. Whether he's in London or Cheshire, he certainly isn't in Shipley. Fair enough. Is it back up? You're not sure? Right, we did see a photo and...
Our vote still means something, and it would just send a message to the elite and the establishment that...
Oops.
I'm feeling it a lot at the moment, the intensity of this by-election, which I don't think that's not a sentence I've ever said before.
Andrew Gwynn will be standing down. Who will stand in that by-election?
King of the North, Andy Burnham, blocked today.
Politics has changed. Division is right.
Hi, Jim.
This by-election is our chance to send a message.
The bookies have the Greens as favourite.
I'm feeling it a lot at the moment, the intensity of this by-election, which I don't think that's not a sentence I've ever said before.
Yeah, did
Andrew Gwynn will be standing down. Who will stand in that by-election?
King of the North, Andy Burnham, blocked today.
Politics has changed. Division is rife.
Literally, just because they were worried for their dear leader was basically the main reason they blocked Andy. We must protect Keir at all costs. Fine, fuck you, you're going to lose that seat you've held for fucking nearly a century. And now this book-eating freak is running. I'll do some Who too.
This by-election is our chance to send a message.
The bookies have the Greens as favourite.
Hannah Spencer, everyone!
Let's go out and absolutely smash it.
So, this is historic. I don't just mean me coming back to Stockport, my hometown. We are here for the big by-election. which is going to help determine the future of the country. I know that sounds a bit over the top, but it isn't. Here is a Labour seat we're going to, Gorton and Denton. Labour won 50% of the vote last time. This time, the Green Party and Reform are looking to take the seat. If Labour lose, that could be the end of Keir Starmer, and it could cement the Greens as the alternative. They could replace Labour in the urban seats. They won't be able to say, vote for us or you get Nigel Farage, or it could bolster Reform's onward march to power. We're going to meet Ali Fogg, local campaigner. He's going to take us around the constituency. I'm excited. So, when you're knocking on doors, what are you finding?
The main thing is that nobody is voting Labour. It's become almost impossible to find a Labour voter anywhere. When we're out in Denton...
Oh, God. Right, this might not be a coffin nail or anything, but it will definitely contribute towards the replacement of Sir Keir Starmer, at least in my estimation. The real test is coming in May. As Helena keeps on saying, it's going to be a bloodbath. Hopefully for most of the unionist parties. Obviously. Oh! Thank you, Paris. So, May. And we were talking about that earlier on at the conference. I was online, which is odd, because the Scottish Greens conference is just down the road from me at my alma mater, Strathclyde University. I couldn't make it. This was being a bastard, and the least said about the knees and the hips, the better. It was good though. Give me a minute. I must take my drugs. Traditionally it was made out of wax. For a more European one, if you wish, corn dolly. It's a sign of, it depends who you ask, different connotations across Europe and the UK, blah 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 blah. So the little corn dolls you get at harvest festivals, no. Heavily European versions of voodoo. For anyone that is interested, anticoagulant and neuropathy pills. So apixaban, which is a blood thinner, and pregabalin for my neuropathy, for my nerve pain, or nerve issues other than pain, just other thing to help with the proper functioning of the nerves. Because they do have a tendency to misfire, which is rather horrible. Sometimes I lose feeling completely to the extremities. It's not good. Because down that road, burns and scalds and cuts await. I've already done it to myself once before. Cheese knife. So, so make it out of wax. Ideally, you need something from the person to embed in the wax figure. So if you see Matt Goodwin out and about, just, again, no violence, I'm taking the piss. But you did actually have to have either an eyelash, some hair, some skin, whatever, to imbue it so you have the essence of the person, so it gets channeled to the person that's wronged you.
we're finding more reform voters, but not uniformly so. There's quite a lot of Green, the occasional old Tory or Lib Dem or whatever you bump into, but not many. But by and large, people are either saying, nope, giving up in politics altogether, won't be voting, or they're voting Reform, or they're voting Green. People...
Oh. Please don't take me out of context here. I'd rather them vote, even if it is for fucking Reform, than not to vote. The level of disillusionment gets on my tits. Turnout is dog shit. Don't worry, your lass will be covering it, and I will give you the context for the different areas of Scotland when I'm doing my election coverage in May. So I'll be doing the constituency vote live. So polls close 10 PM, Thursday the 7th of May, and I'll be going live just after it, 10 past 10 or something. Correct, my dear. Yes, correct. Correct, Miss Hire.
Are very glad to have the opportunity.
No pressure to
give the political establishment a bit of a kicking, I think.
Bloodbath.
And
bloodbath.
I think they're going to take it.
What do you think of Keir Starmer?
He's an idiot, if you ask me.
He's an uninspiring and lying man, in my opinion.
Well, I really like Keir Starmer. I voted for him, actually.
Yeah. Why Labour for you?
Well, I mean, I've been a Labour supporter since I was probably about 7 years old. I've been out delivering leaflets for a long, long time. Labour values are my total values.
What are Labour values?
Labour values, it's equality, fairness,
I just read that story that you put in the Discord, John. Thanks. Why the fuck did she go down? Just why? Thanks for posting that one, by the way. Much appreciated. Fairness and equality. Oh! Thank you, Andy.
Just... Yeah. Stop that now.
Because she's an arsehole. Yeah.
What's up?
Just stop it a minute and then...
Okay.
I knew that was coming. No, it's all right. I knew that were going to ring.
Oh, you're going to ring? Oh, I see.
Buzzing,
I see. Sorry.
So sorry about that.
I was wondering what was going on there. Sorry. What are Labour values?
So Labour values. Labour, we're all about fairness, all about equality. Everybody deserves a good start in life. Obviously, we're very supportive of these free breakfast clubs because... children need a really good start in life and they need good education.
What policies do you think promote equality that Labour are doing?
That's a good question. There's plenty of those, isn't there? But
always a possibility. Yeah. No, like you get that with if we go on dates, if women go on dates, and we want to get out, we say if I want to make a quick exit, do that sort of sell. So I can see that. I can see that happening. I get it. That is rather delicious and funny. Thanks for making me giggle, John. Cheers. Yes. What the fuck?
Just give me a couple. Equality.
Equality. Well, equality, women, for example. Let's be fair. I mean, women...
But what policies?
Just stop it again.
Okay. It's all right.
It's all right. I'm really sorry about this.
Don't worry.
You just have to let me think about these things, because I'm not very good on the...
It's all right, you're great, you're doing great.
Just tell them.
Not very good in the... Right, when I first watched this, before you told me about her, I thought, fair enough, right, if you're just a standard canvasser helping with the Labour Party in the area, that's I can get that. No, you're a fucking councillor. Seeing it after learning about who she is and stuff, yeah, no, you're a councillor. You're a politician, so no. You're not getting out that easy, Vanda.
Right, let me just think about policies, because I don't...
Okay, well, we'll change that. Honestly, we'll talk about something else. What's the reception on the doorstep?
Well, I haven't personally been on the doorstep. It's the first time we've come over from Bradford today, so we're out delivering some target letters to people. So,
No.
From what I'm understanding is it's...
John the Brazen, John, posted in the Discord. Yeah, she's a councillor from John's neck of the woods. Wintle and Rose. I don't know if I've pronounced that correctly, John. I assume I have. So she's not even from the local area. She's Yorkshire based. So travelling down from Yorkshire to Manchester. You're in the same CLP as her. Fuck. Rawr. Is it? Thanks, John. I have to correct some people when they try to pronounce some places in Scotland, especially from my neck of the woods up in Perth. The Picts were obsessed with terrain features, and they all started with P. And there's places here in Glasgow as well, on the west coast, that some people struggle to pronounce because of reasons. She was the chair of the CLP. Oh, she has no excuse then. No excuse whatsoever. Right, fair enough, councillor. But if she was the chair of the CLP, she's been in the fucking party for years. Nope, Vanda, get wrecked.
Very positive. We're getting some really good support from a lot of people from right across the constituency. We've got an absolutely amazing candidate. I'm hoping to meet her today.
If Labour loses here, is that it for Keir Starmer, do you think?
No.
He'd carry on?
I think so.
No, you don't. The debates that I've noticed, the one from the Manchester Evening News, the one that they done with Newsnight and stuff, and a couple of the other things that I've saw for the election, the campaigning for the seat, this by-election. I'm not really liking Angeliki Stoya. Mind you, she's polling third. Oh, for Christ's sake, the Corbyn derangement syndrome, fuck's sake. Yeah, of course, Messiah.
I think so, yeah.
It's just this seat, 50% voted Labour last time. That's a bad...
I know, well, it's a very, very strong Labour hold here, isn't it? But there's no point in just saying now, oh, well, if we lose this today...
Maybe it's the dog shit legislation your party's putting through the House of Commons, Vanda. Maybe. Because I'm noticing a lot of people here in Glasgow, in the areas that I frequent when I'm out. Quite a lot of people are... I voted SNP at the last general election because obviously. Once, and once only, the first time I voted was for Labour, and that was it. That was back in '97 when I was a teenager. I never went back. Blair can go and fuck off still. Yeah, go on the Trump's Board of Peace if you want, you fucking war criminal, allegedly. But no, that's it. Labour took great swaths of the UK for granted, and I'm never going to go back to them, ever. I voted Green because I don't live in Scotland. Yeah. Oh, no, that's good, that's good. Round of applause for Miss Hire, everyone. Yeah. Yeah, we are kind of lucky. We've got the Scottish Greens and we've got, to a certain extent, SNP are decent, I guess. And John, for the love of God, just retire. You look fucked, man. You look so fucking knackered. As far as... he's still running, by the way. Oh, rejoice! No more Alba. Kinda. They're not fielding any candidates anywhere at all. Financial irregularities. Whatever could that mean? So, the current leader of Alba is Kenny McCaskill, former SNP. And Ash Regan, also former SNP. But she is walking away. See you later, Ash. Yeah, well, they should never have done it. It was Alex Salmon, the Vanity Project. I remember talking to my stepdad about them and said, what do you think? Is this just a vanity project? Oh God, yeah. He actually quite liked Alex Salmon for a few years until I actually educated him. Said, you learnt that from your granddad. Yeah, of course I did. My granddad, my dad's dad, was lifelong SNP and hated Alex Salmon with a burning passion. Oh, for Christ's sake. Oh, yeah, just Scottish MAGA. Yeah.
Starmer's gone because that's just silly.
Fair enough.
You know,
yeah.
We don't really want to start changing leaders right at this moment in time. But fingers crossed we'll win it anyway.
All right, we'll see. When people say that they can't vote Labour, you know, that's it. What are the kind of main reasons why? What are people saying?
It's a really kind of deep, passionate, almost irrational loathing that they now have. Maybe not irrational, but you know, it's emotional rather than reasoned. People really hate Keir Starmer. They
It's
hate
a
what's
gut
going
thing.
on. It is a gut thing. It's absolutely a gut thing. And people's guts are saying we will never vote Labour again. And that's a phrase we're hearing a lot.
We won't be Labour anyway.
Did you vote for them last time, or?
Yeah, I've always voted.
Always.
Sorry, darling, to give away your sins here for this one. What Super Hubby used to say, well, he still kind of says it every now and again, that in certain areas, especially here in Glasgow, a syphilitic monkey with a red rosette would have got voted in. Not a nice turn of phrase, but kind of accurate, unfortunately. So literally you can put a red rosette on anyone or anything and it would get voted in because the Glasgow and Labour. I'd been campaigning from about 2002 onwards. Basically, don't trust them. They're treating us like crap. They're taking us for granted, and it took fucking 13 years. I repeat, 13 years for me to get through to people. And look what's happened. Right, after our independence referendum, right, no, we wanted the entire Smith Commission, you bastards, and basically booted Labour out of great swaths of Scotland. And now, 2 years ago, we went running back in the appeal, we have to get rid of the Tories. Vote SNP then, you fucking idiots. Sorry, I shouldn't say that because I've had family members who voted Labour 2 years ago. Some of them have since came back to me and said, sorry, Katie. Told yous. Would any of yous fucking listen? I'm the Cassandra of my family, by the way. Never fucking listen to me. Oh God, yeah. There's plenty of Labour politicians, be them councillors, MSPs, MPs, fucking even the Lords. You didn't really hear much from them. You do some of them every now and again, and some campaigners here on the ground. Yeah. They're just repeating ad nauseum the party line. Just, no, think for yourselves, please. If you've got major issues within your CLP, especially here in Glasgow, in the lead up to the fucking Holyrood election, speak out about it or leave. You all sound like fucking robots. Exactly. Why would anyone in Scotland vote for Labour? Taking us for granted for fucking a century in certain areas in Scotland, especially here in the west, across the central belt essentially, and Fife. And it looks like Fife's going to vote in Lib Dem. That one's just going to make me scratch my head and think, what? Fife, what are you doing? Lib Dem? Really? God, who would be better, Labour or Lib Dem? Fucking hell. We don't need to worry about reform or the Tories getting voted in the Kingdom of Fife. But either Lib Dem or Labour, just SNP, please, we got you. They voted SNP 15 or 15, I think. Yeah, it would have been 15 after the referendum. There was only three of the bastards: Alistair, Carmichael, Orkney and Shetland, Ian Murray in Edinburgh Western, and Alistair Jack in Dumfries and Kirkcudbrightshire. Everywhere else, SNP. Healthy solutions here, which are then... You use your judgment, Andy, about what section in either mines or if you're... I assume you're in Kevs and Elena's as well. But if you... Whatever one in my Discord, whatever one you feel appropriate. Obviously, General's the easiest one.
Labour?
Yeah, but won't be this time.
What's made you think that's enough for me?
The Chancellor.
Rachel Reeves.
Yeah, she don't like by the sound of it, pensioners.
Yeah.
She's always doing something against pensioners.
Because of the winter fuel allowance, which they...
Well, there was that. Now we should have had a 4% rise. She's given us 2% rise. So we just don't like Labour anymore.
Who do you think then you might go to?
It's going to be
correct.
Maybe the Green Party.
Yeah.
Reform.
What makes you vote for reform?
Change needed, short and simple. Yeah.
Who did you vote for last time?
I've always voted Labour previously.
Really?
Always, yeah.
What is it for you? That's it for me.
Lack of leadership.
I am very, very split at this point. Obviously, I've always voted Labour. But I got a feeling, it's down to the line. Whoever I feel on the day has got more chance of stopping the Reform candidate. That's who I'm going to vote for. Traditional Labour area. Why would you vote Reform? I mean, nothing's going to change. All we're going to get is we're going to get like a right-wing candidate, a Tory. It's a home for ex-Tories now, isn't it, the Reform Party?
Because a lot of those people, they'd never vote for the Tories, but now...
Yeah, it's because it's you know, they're not even asking. It's like, what about the NHS? What about, transport, or, unemployed, blah, blah, blah. It's just immigrants, and it's just like, it's a lie. Do you know what I mean? I don't think we actually have any asylum seeker hostels or anything in Tameside. It doesn't really affect us, it's just the Reform frightens you. blames them, and then that's their stick.
Reform.
Why are you voting for reform?
Because hopefully they'll do what they say they're going to do, and that's all I'm saying.
Do you know what they will do?
I know what I want them to do, but I'm not going to say.
Why not? Give us a clue,
No.
come on. A little clue?
To do with boats.
Right, what do you think they'll do to the boats?
I'm not
Oh, God. Doesn't work like that, Mrs. Sorry. Safe and legal routes would be better, by the way, as well. Just saying.
telling you.
Okay, you're right.
Britain seems too full with immigrants at the moment, and there's not enough houses. I've got 3 sons who can't even get on the housing list at the moment.
Campaign your council to build more housing. Or write to your MP. Well, currently you can't at the minute. Write to your MP. £1.5 million over the space of the Parliament is not enough. £1.5 million a year for each of the term of the government. Maybe. Still, I wouldn't class that as enough either. But at least £1.5 million a year. Not that that's going to fucking happen, of course. £1.5 million over the space of the Parliament is not enough housing. It isn't. Trust me on that one. I have emailed my MP about it. Although it is devolved, I've also emailed my MSP, who is not going to be my MSP anymore because of the boundaries changing. He's moving to the west, so Maryhill and Kelvin, which is down that way for me, down there. I'll be getting a new MSP. No idea who. Don't worry, your lass will tell you. And if I know who it is, I will tell you about them, if I know much about them.
They seem to get top priority before us.
But do you think it's because the government won't build enough housing? Isn't that the main problem?
Everywhere you look in Manchester now, there's houses getting built.
Right.
They're throwing up loads of houses, but there's more refugees coming into Manchester than houses being built.
Do you think that's true?
Yeah.
So you don't think it's... I mean, because at the moment, some people might go, well, you know, we're not investing in services, and that's because rich people aren't paying their taxes.
No, it's about the housing also. Doctors' appointments, dental appointments, everything's overrun.
It's like the immigrants and all that. I'm not against. But it's when they're coming over here.
14 years of fucking austerity and underfunding of public services. You can blame the Tories, and to a certain extent you can blame this current Labour government as well for not funding the public realm, essentially. Just saying. But 14 years of fucking Tory austerity has ruined this country. How loud do we have to be? Really? I know for one my throat is fucking knackered. It's screaming. Or shouting. 14 years of fucking Tory austerity!
Legal and, you know, and they're taking jobs and stuff like that. So, I don't know.
Oh yeah, think I know. Reform, Labour or Green?
I'd say Reform. As much as I don't kind of think it, but yeah, I think I'm going for Green.
Are you going to go for Green?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Be different, why not? Change is good, apparently.
I do know that I'm not going to vote for the Greens.
Why not Green?
Because 2 weeks ago, when the entourage were in a cafe, they walked out of the cafe and didn't close the door behind them.
Do you think? Okay. That they should have done that, I know, but is that a reason not to vote for the candidate?
Actions speak louder than words.
Yeah, this person is fucking ridiculous. She just made that up, I think. Just my opinion, really. Either that or she's a Labour Party member. Fucking bomb sketch. Andy, that's fucking delightfully funny. Thanks. I like that. Yeah, she's a complete joke, my dear. Look at Owen's face.
So we're in Livingstone, which is, I guess, the more diverse, younger part of the constituency, where the Greens, I guess, have their strongest showing. But it'd be interesting.
You send political my way. I don't want him to think that. Oi, Callum. Don't do that to yourself, mate. I get it. I feel the cold is quite badly at times because of my joint issues. But I would just get up and close the door myself. I'm a different breed, apparently.
Interesting, I guess, to talk to people here about what their hopes, their fears are, what their big issues are.
I really want to see a change for my kids. It would be really nice to see a Green MP for the local area. And Hannah is just she's just a down to earth, lovely human. And when she was a plumber, she did some work. We used to live just on the other side of the park.
So the Green Party candidate Hannah, she did some work.
She did some work for us years and years ago, and my kids have both said that if they could vote, they would vote Green. And I think that if the children are seeing that there needs to be a change, then that's the most important thing, really.
Who do you think you'll vote for?
Personally, the Green Party. I've been really impressed by Hannah Spencer. I've seen her out on the campaign trail, and I think she's really genuine. And I'm also, very won over by the Green Party policies. I think we desperately need a change so that we've got, the richest in our society contributing more. I mean, we've seen just this week with Jim Ratcliffe.
The UK's been colonised by immigrants, really, isn't it?
Who's, who moved to Monaco so that he could avoid paying tax. And I feel so frustrated that when I've spoken to people in my community who are considering voting for reform, that it's not, incredibly wealthy individuals like that they are feeling resentful towards, but rather, other people who have very little, who are, really struggling. It feels like we're all being turned against each other.
When people feel that they don't have some material opportunities, they feel that things have changed in their idea of place, even though they'd never vote Conservative, on the surface, Goodwin is offering and Farage a different approach. However, he's using the same tactic as the BNP did in 2004 and the 1990s, things like a sense of belonging. The immigrants are taking your homes, but when people have...
Well said. There's only a few of us who remember the BNP actually running in seats. I can't remember if they might have. Give me a minute. I can't remember if they ran up here or not. be fucking years ago. Oh my god. I take that back. I thought it would be like the 2000 to about 2005 or something. They did actually. They lost their deposit. Good. Oh god, I keep on forgetting she ran here in 2010. Hang on, did they run? No. Had they been prescribed by that point then? So, right, 2010. Oh, the by-election. Right, yeah. Someone different every time. Fucking hell. And they always lose their deposit because Glasgow doesn't vote for fascists. Ah, there we go. So there, 05. See, look, that's what it appears as. It's black, and it just says the Speaker. My God, Michael Martin, fucking hell. So Scott McLean. Let's see. Charlie Bailey. And Walter Hamilton.
Very frustrated and feel they've been let down for years and years. Lack of opportunities, lack of tangible material differences. Some people just...
I don't know where I'd be able to get it, but Christ, when was that? That probably would be before 2010, oddly enough. Maybe, yeah, probably would have been 05 or something, maybe. I'm getting vague memories of it, with Griffin being on QT. Just, why? The man's a fucking fascist. Go, no.
I just think I'll give them a chance. And that is not to say that people voting Reform are all raging racists.
I've literally had people call me out and calling him a fascist. No, I don't know. I have evidence. The man is a fucking fascist. He was. I think the different candidates may reflect their Majesty's holiday camps. Was it 0910? Thanks, John. I was trying to remember. I thought it might have been like the mid-aughts. So like 16 years ago. Fucking hell. No. Just no fascists, please. Just fuck off, Griffin. Thanks.
They're absolutely not. They have different reasons for voting for them. But it's everybody's job in this community to point out that it will not make their lives any better.
This is a very diverse constituency. What's your fears of what would happen if Reform would win, given that diversity? Because obviously, Reform, that's not their politics.
They would continue to whip up and stir a sense of grievance and difference. They will talk about people not integrating, which is a nonsense term. What does that even mean? They will say that, we'll create a sense of belonging for the people who've been left behind, but all they will do is continue to create tensions in a community that has fought and struggled. In this area in Levenshulme, the library that we're next to was originally going to be closed down 10 years ago. We occupied it. We had, hundreds on the street. That's what this community does. So they will not want people to come together and work together. They will try and impose their idea of what culture looks like or what community looks like. And therefore, minorities that feel under real threat, at the hustings, Goodwin was targeting trans women, he was targeting other minorities. They will feel that they don't want to get involved in things. So it'll create division and hatred, and there will be no material difference made to anybody.
So about 4 million Britons are Muslim, and about a quarter plus of this constituency are Muslim. Traditionally, very pro-Labour vote. Labour could count on Muslim voters, and many Muslim voters take them for granted. I want to talk to Farouk, who's been out here campaigning to organise Muslim voters to vote for the Green Party. Is that working? Labour are briefing otherwise. They're cocky about it, despite Israel's genocide and Labour's role in it. be interesting to find out.
Look, the Muslim vote isn't a monolith. It's not in a uniform block. There are many issues. Like, you've got a variety of different groupings in terms of what, like, some people care about the NHS being privatised, some people care about the state of education, in terms of how academies are being rolled out, and in terms of looking at how, the cost of living. I mean, look, cost of living passports across all communities, and you're seeing how that is affected people from across the whole constituency, from Gorton, Denton, from Burnage to Levenshulme to Longsight. I mean, this constituency is a mix.
Might be the laptop cooler, or it might have been me just pottering about and stuff. Has the echo gone? Love it, love it. Right, excellent. It was probably just me being a noisy bitch. Oh, Scrubby, why did you do that to yourself? Yeah, emphasis on try. I've never read P.G. Wodehouse. I might need to expand my reading remit. There's sci-fi and alternate history and fantasy. And obviously theory books as well. Mostly Parenti and fucking Rosa Luxemburg, with a little dabble in Gramsci. I know my wheelhouse. Oh, is that P.G. Wodehouse? Leaves in Worcester. I've read those. I didn't realise that was P.G. Wodehouse. Fucking hell. Get wrecked, Nick. I can't believe that. Ah, go away. Whoops. Oh, let's see. Let's see. P.G. What was it? Yeah. Ah! Whoops. You are correct, my dear.
You got the affluent parts, and you have the less affluent parts, but the message is always the same. When people answer the doors, they're saying that they feel let down, they can't relate to.
You're fucking shit. He does not represent the vast majority of Scottish people, I hasten to add. Don't get me wrong, plenty of people think he's very, very charismatic, if you wish. I've never really liked Galloway. By the way, he is from Dundee, but he represented Hillhead and here in Glasgow. Oh! Thank you.
government.
So what are the political consequences of either a Reform win or a Green win in this seat?
Well, let's start with the negative. If Reform win, obviously it sets a to the rest of the country the tone that Reform are able to garner seats. They are able to make headway and increase one more parliamentarian. But the ramification.
This stream functions because Scribby exists. Praise be my resident philosopher. And he finds things for me. And awesome drummer. So, round of applause for Scribby, because he is awesome. Oh god, yeah, he's awful in so many different ways. How that came from Dundee, I have no fucking idea. He was relatively decent back in the day. Like, I'm talking when I was a child. As always, yeah. It's gonna be you should stream. If you want.
That's going to be. We're going to see the divisive politics being mainstreamed. We're going to see that kind of Trump-esque narrative being pushed out. We're going to see the community being pitted against each other. You are going to see like residents from whether it's Gorton, Denton being pitched against Levenshulme and Longsight. But again, what I'm feeling and what I'm witnessing here across the borough, across the whole.
Did you? Was it quite good campaigning when you were there, John? I'd want to be able to go out canvassing more, but it would probably fucking kill me. So I'll do my canvassing online, sitting from my chair. And doing lots and lots of research for everyone. I know my skills, I know my areas of expertise and stuff like that. And I literally do fucking nothing else. Yes, round of applause for Scribby. Nice one. Good. On you go, Gorton and Denton. And she will literally stand up for you in that den of iniquity. I wonder who she'll sit next to. Carla, maybe? Maybe she'll sit next to Adrian. We will find out. Yeah.
Constituency, that people are actually united. It doesn't matter whether you're from Gorton, Denton, people relate. I've come across white English traditional vote.
I don't think you would need to have worried too much about the Labour ones. But yeah, some of the ones who are campaigning for reform just seem unsavoury. I'll say that. I'll be nice. Again, please, no violence to anyone, I beg of you. It's not worth it, especially for reform bastards. Obviously, feel free to laugh at Matt Goodwin, the book-eating freak that he is. Yeah. It is cider, darling, is that alright? Rejoice, comrades, the mod. Hello, my dear. The arm, the shoulder's a lot better, by the way, Shanna. Other things we can do to help. I wonder when that was going to vote. Nice one! Well done, Miss Hire. Yes. It's going to be fun for the locals in Birmingham, isn't it? I want nothing short of an entire fucking bloodbath for that council. The Labour administration. Metaphorically. Because look at it. Over a year they've been on strike now. I feel for you and Kev, I really fucking do. Yeah. By the way, I'll do it, and if you can do it as well, Miss Hire, tell Kev tomorrow if he hasn't heard back by Monday, so 2 days' time from the BBC, he'll not have been picked for Thursday night, because the turnaround is usually quite quick now. So he's applied. Well done, Kev. Kev in the audience, fucking bring it. I wonder if the bin strikes will get mentioned on a Thursday night. Oh, I would never do that either. Like I say, I've got family members, close family members, who vote Labour. I've made appeals to them, don't worry. And they can understand why. All my family, both sides of the family, know I'm a Marxist, so they've known for the last sort of 22, 23. I considered myself a leftist, a socialist, when I was 15 years old. Still voted Labour in 97 though. Fuck it. Do not say that to him, because he'd fucking do it. Fat ginger man streaks through question time. Sorry, I shouldn't say fat. Sorry, Kev. It'd be cold. Crab dance, yes! In his suit. If it still exists. Or if it might have. I don't know how well those things survive in the wash.
As working
Especially
class,
if
we're
it's
very concerned about the
polyester.
negative messaging coming out from reform. We have seen doorsteps and doors being slammed on reform
Love that emote.
campaigns
Love
and canvassers. So, you know, I'm quite confident Gorton and Denton are going to do the right thing, and a more progressive and a more, how can I say, hope, policies of hope being passported across the country.
We met some people who voted Labour, voted for the Green Party, and we met others who voted for Reform. And they're angry at the country and the direction it's heading, and they're angry about immigration. So, you know, met someone, the sons, she says, can't get housing, and she's saying that's because they're going to asylum seekers, refugees, and illegal immigrants, migrants. That's how she framed it. How do you...
Or Alcarns. Or a rat. On a slight health note with that one, that strike needs fucking dealt with. I go on the more health implications of not getting refuse collected because it's... For more on that, look at history, just type in London plagues. Not the plague, but plagues of many different, either viral or bacterial, mostly bacterial, because far too many people and unsanitary living conditions, let's just put it like that. It's so rubbish. Now, idiosyncrasy, naughty, naughty. Yes, victory. It would be, wouldn't it? My God.
Speak to people like that, who are angry enough in very difficult lives.
I would say if I won the money, Super Hubby bought me a scratch card. I won. I don't think I could have bought a rat costume with it though. It was only a tenner. Still a tenner, better than a kick in the teeth. Yes, small victories. I'm sure you can find rat costumes somewhere in a shop. Be like, what, 15, 20 quid or something? Channel points, no bits, and obviously getting subbed. Buying a subscription to my lunacy. Or buying bits and spending them. Channel points, no, they're viewer rewards to get me to do shit. Or say things. So the ones that I've got, wake up, sleepy. stretch and hydrate. I need to do ones for bits, and you can get me to do things with bits as well. Like, get the bits and you put a message under it and get me to do stuff, or say things, or answer a question. So yes, the ones that I get the money from is basically the ads. So the ads that the unsubbed people have to suffer through. Sorry. Using bits in my channel or being subbed. That's the three ways I earn money. Or taking sponsorships. Nah, I don't think I'm getting sponsorships from anyone, really. Yous all sponsor me. Ah! Hydrate. It is cider. Currently, it's a well-known Irish cider. Andy probably knows what one I'm talking about. It begins with the letter M. And so I got Super Hubby's last 2 cans because he needed to go to bed. The ones that are sitting here that were bought for me are Thatcher's Haze. Oh no, Thatcher's Juicy Apple. Yes, Magnus. So one of the most popular ciders, the best-selling cider here is Strongbow. Neither of us can drink it. Me because of acid reflux and it damages my stomach, and him because it makes him burp in acid reflux as well. And they're too sweet for him now. He likes really, really dry as fuck cider, and you don't really get them in packs of 10. And all the really dry ones, mostly Scottish made ones that are one up in my home shire of Perthshire, just outside the city. And ones from just outside Edinburgh, oddly enough, like really dry cider. Yeah, Strongbow's rough as fuck. Blackthorn used to be really, really dry. It used to be really good. But then to chase the ones from like your Recorderlig, your not Magners. Shit, I can fucking see the bottle. Damn it. I like, oh, Weston's is quite good as well. Yeah, they've got a really good one. I like Rosie cider. That's Weston's. That was quite good. It's been ages since I've actually had it. I like Thatcher's. Thatcher's is good. Thatcher's Gold is one of the best ones. But your Copperberg, I knew I'd fucking remember it. So like your Copperberg, your Recorderlig, and your Oldmood, your New Zealand one, they're all very sweet, very berry and fruit based flavours, and they're too sweet for him. I don't mind the sweet. I've got a sweet tooth. Yes, I'm going to be getting onto that at some point in the next couple of weeks. I'm going to be doing ideally I want to be able to get people on before the 7th of May. I want Iris on. I want to be able to interview one of our candidates that's going to be running against my current MSP. So Iris Duane is running for Maryhill and Kelvin for Holyrood. I'd love to interview Iris. It'd be fucking amazing. Or Holly Bruce for Glasgow South, which is the other side of the river.
Really hard that they've decided to take the anger in that direction.
I think that anger is in many ways quite justified, because it's a very unfair system that we've got at the moment, where people can't make ends meet, they can't put food on the table, can't buy their kids' school uniforms, and yet us taxpayers are spending, I think it's £6 million a day on hotels for people who fled here for really genuine and legitimate reasons. Who
both my sisters used to look at me weird for loving hooch, especially the lemon one. Neither of them are the lemon coated. I am lemon coated. I love lemon. I love the citrusy fruits. So like oranges, lemons, limes. grapefruit, blah, blah, blah. I used to basically inhale watermelon breezers like they were going out of fashion back in the day when I used to go clubbing and shit. No, hooch. Basically an alcohol pop. The Bacardi breezers, obviously that's rum, but you couldn't tell it was rum because it just tasted like basically soft drink. Green cunt, it looks like a hippie. She looks brilliant. That jumper looks cosy, especially with the greyhound on it.
Want to work. Like, I know in my role as a local councillor, like, I've met so many people who fled things that I can't even begin to imagine, and they're just like rattling around in a hotel. They want to be part of the community.
Sorry, Hannah, darling. Do not bring up my youth, Scrubby. God, it's been ages since I've had MD. Christ. I have tried on many occasions to try and get into, like, Belfast, and I can't do it. It doesn't taste right. Which is a bit of a turn up because I like Jaeger. According to some people, they're both the same. They taste the exact same to some people. No, they don't. They're kind of different. It's a type of, it's a designation of the basically classification of not rum's the thing, but the runoff and stuff. It's, you can class it like a rum, kind of a bit. Oh yeah. MD's rough as fuck. I used to neck it because misspent youth. I didn't really start really drinking until I was in my early 20s. When I moved down here. I moved down here when I was 18, and I didn't really do a lot of... I used to go out to like gigs and stuff, but I didn't really drink that much. I started drinking when I was like 20, 21 and stuff. And all throughout my 20s up until like my early 30s, I every weekend without fail probably damaged me quite badly at times. Yeah. If you feel like you want to try it, I can give you recommendations for mixers if you want to, John. I would just say just stay away from it. That and Smirnoff Ice as well. I used to neck that. That literally is just like soft drink.
Often they are part of the community, like where, you know, I've worked with them, they planted 500 bulbs in one of our local parks because they're just itching to get out and do stuff, but they're itching to work, and we know that we need people to work. So it's that perceived unfairness, I think, where people do think people are being given something for nothing, but it's a result of poor government failures. It was the Tory government that signed us up to these schemes, like they signed us up to these contracts with Serco and Britannia to give these companies that pay their shareholders millions of pounds of our taxpayers' money.
Yeah. Most people who actually drink MD 2020, they drink. Don't get me wrong, I did used to neck it from the bottle and stuff, but just pour it in a glass and you can drink it straight away. But some people put mixer in it, like lemonade or colour or whatever, blah blah blah. Tonic if you wish, bitter. Some people actually put bitter lemon in it. Each to their own, I guess, in their beverage of choice. But yeah, you can literally just drink it. Some ice cubes. Yeah. You have to... I had to put mixer in Buckfast though. Cider is only for your 5 a day. Correct, it's going to be yes it is.
And I think when you have that conversation with people and you acknowledge, like, that is a really unfair system, like, we would overhaul that completely in a way that's fairer for everybody, but fairer for the people who are coming here seeking asylum. Like, I think we have a much better system that is fairer for everybody. And so, yeah, I think acknowledging why people are upset because there's so much injustice in society is the way that people understand, like, we are after the same things.
Some people have just given up, though. We talked to some voters, well, they're not voters anymore, they're non-voters, and...
Good. Keep it that way, Messiah. Would not recommend. Just don't. Not worth it. The first one that I would class in that sort of same grouping would be, it's called Thunderbird. It's called a tonic wine. Peach Thunderbird was rather delicious. Oh yeah, the flavour of Belfast is fucking rank. Ugh. I don't get how people can drink that on the daily, or if you're a certain type of alcoholic here in Glasgow, that's what they drink, that and super tenants. The high class Italian favourite, apparently, because of its strength. I've had Super Strongbow as well. Fucking hell. Would not recommend. Don't go near. Ruined stomach and your toilet. Just no. The acid reflux I get from drinking Strongbow is just not worth it for me. So that's why I'm either Magners or Thatchers, essentially. When I try to get decent either craft lagers or ales, that or the good stuff. I keep on meaning to say to him, get me some cans of Guinness. I miss my Guinness. Pint is the best, but the cans and the bottles of Guinness are quite good. Oh, special brew, fucking hell. Blast from the past. That's what he used to drink in the 80s when he was a teenager. Special brew and
they just think they're fed up with all politicians. They think they're liars, they're in it for themselves. How do you speak to people like that?
Again, I understand it. A lot of my friends don't vote, have never voted, or are saying they won't vote again. And it's up to us to earn that trust back. But earning trust does take time. But
Anna,
I always
please.
think, if we imagine
Speak
what
to
would
your
happen
friends.
if every single person in this constituency who was registered to vote went out and voted,
be gone.
The political system would change overnight, because suddenly these parties that rely on people not voting.
Don't worry, John. It's weird that don't get me wrong, there's plenty of my friends who look at me weird, but you're a woman. Why are you drinking Guinness? I'm not the only woman who drinks Guinness, by the way. I like the flavour. It is a delightful pint. You can blame my stepdad for that one. He drinks Guinness quite a lot. My biological dad, he was more like lagers and stuff. And he would vodka. He didn't really do whiskey, he done vodka. My dad was an alcoholic, by the way. My biological dad. They divorced when I was 6 years old. Oh, God, it's been ages since I've had Murphy's. There is 2 pubs in the Merchant City, down in the city centre, who do a mean pint of Murphy's. All the places that I now frequent in the top part of the city centre or in the West End don't have Murphy's. They have Guinness, don't get me wrong, it sells very well, obviously, especially here in Glasgow. They did, John, they did, unfortunately. Yeah.
Would have to start thinking, these people are watching us, we've got to start listening to them.
There's this story which we keep hearing a lot about, which is this is a constituency with 2 very different halves. So you've got kind of Gorton, which is younger and more mixed, and that's where the Greens are doing really well. And then you've got Denton, which is older and less diverse, where that's reform land. What do you think about that?
I've not seen that myself, and I must admit from the beginning when Reform was saying that, and there was this focus, I deep down I knew that we couldn't make that assumption, like, because you can't homogenise like one entire group of people and assume they're going to vote one way or another. And I think we're starting to prove that now, because we have got support in Denton. We've got people, we're out having conversations with people every day, and people are really open to voting Green. And I think it's that thing that Reform tend to do, where they assume that white working class communities all think and act, one, in the same way, but two, that we don't care about each other. And I think they've really, really underestimated how much people actually do care about having a better place for everyone to live.
If you get elected, how would you do things differently?
I think a Green...
This one survives. My sister gave me this. This is Charlotte Tilbury. It survives pints. It survives drinking, which is quite astounding to me. The next best one, which I don't have anymore, and they've since stopped making it, was a Rimmel one. Oh God, it was to Apocalypse. Called Little Minx. Surly Dev! Rejoice. Surly Dev is here. Hi! It's been a while, Conrad. Yeah, my sister does that. Anastasia. Oh God, no. Kat Von D and Charlotte Tilbury. She can afford to spend it, and she doesn't really. She only wears makeup very, very little. Whenever I leave the house, I usually put makeup on. That's why I buy high street brands, essentially. Maybelline, Rimmel, blah blah blah. And mind you, in saying that, I've got a couple of Max Factor foundations sitting in my makeup bag, which is over there. But I keep that for special occasions. I bought the two of them last year, so I've got two different types of shade depending on what I'm wearing. But the main one that I use is Maybelline. Or Revolution Superdrugs on brand.
MP, someone like me, a working class woman, a plumber, I've got a trade. I'm not from the same background that a lot of the people in Parliament are. That in itself, a minute after those results are declared, that will change politics like that. And it will show that change is possible, that our vote is powerful. We have slightly, broken democracy in terms of how votes are counted, but our votes still mean something. And it would just send a message to the elite and the establishment that change is coming, we are going to get a seat at the table. And then I think in a more practical way, it's about earning trust from people. I know as an MP here, that is what I will do. I will be the Green that doesn't expect people to come to me when I know that people don't trust politicians. On day one, I will go out there, throw our doors open, we'll have people come in, sit down, we will listen. Not just about me listening, it's about then going back to Parliament and shouting and screaming until people start to actually hear what we're saying. And that covers so many different things, the people are telling us now. Cost of living is too expensive. People can't, even dream about going on a holiday when they can't think about whether or not they're going to feed their kids. We want to bring people's energy bills down. We want to stop the slow privatisation of the NHS. There's so many things that we as Greens could do that other political parties aren't touching.
Why is it important to have people from working class backgrounds represented in Parliament? What change does that make?
We're resilient. We're a class of people who's had to work hard, get our hands dirty, whatever job that is. We have got the best work ethic. But often that's because we've had to. We've had to sort of try and prove ourselves or keep our head above the water. But I think more than that, it just shows that the people who keep the country going are the ones who should get a say in how it's run. Because there's not a lot of systems where we just should accept that that's the best model, that it works. I think we've seen from politics over decades, but certainly the last few years, whether that was during COVID or whatever, that people who are so out of touch from how the rest of us are living.
Don't keep us completely posted, but I'd like to know how that turns out for you, Scribby. Thanks. There's not. I've not noticed them around here, but they do realise, especially here in this, literally this street that I live in, and the streets surrounding this close that I live in. They'll just basically get told where to shove it. They might get a more favourable response in maybe parts of the East End, so that way, over that way, and maybe certain parts the south side, the other side of the river. One's further to the south in Motherwell. Politically from this. Both, maybe. There's certain areas there's no point in them fucking running in or canvassing in, at least from what I can glean from different people in this community and in Kev's and Helena's.
In their lives, making decisions for us isn't working. They're failing us. And I know, again, me being elected as an MP into Parliament will just set the path for other working class people to get their foot in the door. And I always say I will get my foot in the door and I will hold it open for everyone else to come through with me.
The one certainty about Gorton and Denton, that is a constituency brimming with anger and disillusionment. And that's not just the story of that Mancunian community, but this country as a whole. Labour won the election a year and a half ago on a tidal wave of frustration and revulsion at the last Conservative government, and it has given way to what can only be described as an avalanche of discontent. The question is, which way does that discontent manifest itself? There are those in Gorton and Denton whose lives are so hard.
Miss Hire, did you see salt tires in your neck of the woods? Weird. I get the English flag and the Union flag, I get that. Sizable Irish community there. Obviously the two main ones where the Irish actually settled when they came over to the mainland UK and stuff, here and Liverpool and Manchester. Those are the three main ones, obviously because on the west coast of the UK. But yeah, I can see, well, obviously industry very, very big in Birmingham as well. So yeah, it'd be a sizable Irish population, but there's the north of Glasgow is basically Irish and Catholic. It has been for like the last 120, maybe 140 years essentially. So just slightly before the turn of the last century. That is sizable in Brum. Digbeth, right? No, like there's the most of the north of Glasgow were Irish and Catholic, or Scottish and Catholic with Irish family. Perth is a safe haven of unionism and Protestants, with a small Catholic minority, both Irish, a little bit of Irish, and some Scottish Catholics as well, and a sizable Polish Catholic population in Perth. Second World War, if you're curious, obviously. One of the main air bases for training the pilots was just outside my home city of Perth. Have they? Oh, that sucks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There is 12 Irish pubs in Glasgow city centre alone, and that's basically within like half a mile, or a square mile of the city centre of Glasgow. There's 12 Irish pubs. 7 of them are a chain Irish pub. You might know what when it is, and a couple of standalones. Ones that are next to the Barrowlands, and one towards the western edge of the city, going out towards like Partick and stuff. So there's, oh no, it's more than 12 then, if I bring in the ones that are next to the Barrowlands. There's probably about 20 from one end of the city centre to the other. So there's like 6 or 7 around about the Barrowlands and like the barras. That pub I got you I met you in, Andy. That's owned by an Irish family, by the way. I found that out. I said to my stepdad that that's where we met. He said, that's owned by an Irish family, by the way, Katie. You what? That's it. Fucking hell. You can't escape your homeland, especially here in Glasgow.
So difficult. And the anger has gone in the direction of blaming migrants, of people from all over the world who've arrived on our shores, whether it be fleeing war or persecution or making a better life for them and their family. And for others, the anger has gone in the way of blaming those at the top, the wealthy, the booming privileged, whose lives have thrived at the expense of everybody else. And that's what the Green Party is tapping into. And whether or not the Greens can win this, in this seat, in which last time they weren't really anywhere near winning, will be a sign of whether or not the Greens can properly mobilise that groundswell of discontent in that direction. There is amazing, you can see it on the ground, huge enthusiasm and mass grassroots campaign. Will that be enough to stop that tidal wave of bigotry which Reform are tapping into? We'll see. But
with any luck going,
it's
yes.
certainly a historic election that will determine whether Labour can keep positioning itself as the progressive party, and if it loses, it can no longer say, vote us to stop Reform. So we'll be following it very closely. Please like and subscribe, leave your thoughts and your comments. Help us as ever take on the pro-corporate media, patreon.com/OWEN84. We've got lots of videos to come now. I'm finishing my book, The Fall of the West. Share the video. I'll see you in a bit.
Thank you, Owen. Super Hobby's lucky. His granddad no longer among us. He died the same year I was born, oddly enough, and so did my granddad, died the same year I was born. So, Super Hobby's granddad was from Donegal. He just needs to talk to his mum to get his granddad's birth certificate, because he was born Letterkenny, I believe, or Donegal town. I think it was Letterkenny actually that his granddad was born. So he can, if he just goes and can chap his parents at the door and say, "Gee's granddad's birth certificate. I want my Irish passport now, thanks." I suppose I could ask my brother-in-law. I speak to Super Hubby's younger brother, who's the same age as me. My birthday's March. His is June or July, I think. June. July. He's a couple of months after his younger brother. I could say to him, see if you can liberate your granddad's passport, granddad's birth certificate. So Super Hubby could get his Irish passport. I'm shy of luck. I've got Scottish grandparents, so all 4 of them. Well, technically, I could get a Canadian one, because my granddad was born in Canada, and my great granddad was Norwegian. Oh my God! I'd need to go and talk to my uncle to get my great granddad's fucking birth certificate, or my granddad's one. That would be interesting. Oh. Right, I know what one to look out for, like Andy. Andy, do you want to jump in, Andy, by the way? Andy, where be my Andy? Gimme, Andy. Give me my Andy, thank you. Where is it? Yeah. Andy. I'm missing my Andy. Ah. No. I've lost him. Where is he? Andy. Andy. Andy, Andy, Andy. Andy? I've misplaced you, Andy. Where are you? I've lost you. Oh, there, you're there. Videos. Videos. Gimme. Since, oh my god, St Conan's Kirk and Glencoe with Aki's. The stream videos is the cleanse, the eye bleach, if we have to deal with. So all the heavier political things and horribleness gets put in watch later for the stream. And the stream videos is the eye bleach to make us feel human again and say, yes, there is hope and all that sort of thing. I know what one I'm looking for now. Where is it? Where be it? Look. Everyone, go and follow Andy. There it's there. That's a giant fish. Ooh. Right, let's see if I can control our lovely Irish comrade.
Hello.
Oi, oi.
All right. How's it going? Hello. Oh.
Can everyone hear Andrew of the Look? Say in chat, everyone, if you please, if everyone can hear Andy.
Oh, this is a little of Andrew of the Look, as he sings and tread over fields and shrubbery.
Say hello to Andrew Luke, famous YouTuber and friend and comrade of this mad Scottish woman. Hi Andy,
Previously,
how you doing?
Text. I'm grand. I have rematerialized. Fabulous game of it here tonight. But yes, a lot of fun with Kevin and Helena's streams earlier.
Yeah, they were good, weren't they? Yay.
Yeah.
Especially their analysis of the topic that never gets talked about, ever, at all. Why would it? It is not an issue. I'm seriously, that's it, I covered question time the other night there, and that's it. Nope, can't be arsed, fuck off, I'm fed up with the immigration debate, just go away, I don't care anymore, just fuck off. They're all disingenuous bastards and they can just shut up about it.
Yeah, it can get very draining. As I was telling you earlier, I decided to wreak vengeance upon the question time producers. So I've been tracking them all down, finding out where they live and stuff. I've already got a phone number. I might have checked one of them to a very large corporation. So it's quite fun. Yeah. You know.
Feel free to keep on posting into the Discord and we can discuss it in a future date. Carry on doing research and there's enough. We can discuss it. Especially Avalon and Endemol.
Yep, and
because they need to be held to account. Right, Kev's applied.
I was going to say, I was trying to remember the name of the production company who do Question Time. I was going to say Metformin, but that's
it depends. I've actually
pill.
When Kevin and Helena were live and stuff, I was doing some research while still listening to them talking about doing the question time coverage and shit like that. I went and checked. Said it's either Endemol or Avalon, and I can't remember the other one. And that's only fucking 2 hours ago I was doing this research. Fucking hell. There's another. So there's 3 main production companies that do question type, depending on what part of the country they're visiting, doing the question type from. But for Debate Night, the Scottish version, it's only Avalon that do Debate Night, oddly enough.
Yeah, the main production company for QT is Mentorn.
Is it Mentorn? Thank you,
Since
Andy.
Since 1998, apparently, so that's quite a legacy.
Yeah.
So Mentorn, not metformin, which is a anti-diabetes drug.
It is, yes. It's the GLP-1 antagonist. It basically helps you. Yeah.
A bucket here. A bucket of drugs.
Okay, The Invisible Artist, a contemporary history of Belfast's comic book culture. This is going to be good. Yeah, a huge comic book fan, by the way. I think I've told you before. So, major Marvel head here, the nerd, blah blah blah. Don't get me wrong, I've read DC comics in the past. Yeah, but I'm more Marvel than anything, especially Spider-Man and the X-Men.
Yeah,
to a certain extent, yeah.
If it's not written by Grant Morrison or Keith Giffen, it's probably not a very good DC comic. Let's face it. Yeah, The Invisible Artist is a documentary I made with a charity TV station. So this was actually on television proper. Back in 2011. So I'm a co-producer and post-writer. And the first bit we're going to see, well, there's a big famous structure in Belfast by the River Lagan, the big giant fish that you see on screen.
Yeah.
And a lot of people still don't know how it links to comics, so it's a bit nut. But we go into the Lennon Hall Library where the late John Killian, who was the director of the library, had quite an interest in political cartooning in Ireland, particularly around the time of partition in 1920-21.
Ooh. Davy Francis, John Farrelly, Jim McKibbett, Atomic Collectibles, P.G. Holden and Stephen Downey.
Davy Francis is a living legend. Older listeners might recall Oink comic. Davy was one of the cartoonists on that.
There's only a few older than me, at least in the stream just now, and there might be ones in like Kevin, Helena, mostly Helena's. Don't get me wrong. There's boomers in Kev's chat as well. Praise be my boomers. I love you, so my based comrades. Most boomers are boomers, obviously. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, there's plenty of decent boomers out there, and I appreciate yous all. Yous are amazing. When you're not into comics, Davina, each to their own, obviously, in what sort of media you digest. Be it movies, books, music, blah blah blah. I'm very entertainment coded, so I read a lot. I watch lots of movies. I used to read comic books quite a lot. And heavily into music. Former drummer, by the way. So rock, heavy metal, thrash, blah 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 blah. But I used to read comics quite a lot from 11 up to about early 40s. It's only recently I've stopped reading comics as much. I read more books, like novels, tomes, essentially. Some of these sci-fi and fantasy ones, dear God, you could brain people with these books that I read. So yeah, I like my sci-fi and fantasy because I'm a nerd. Yeah.
I'm actually well, I could plug something, but actually maybe I should do it if you want to show some of the video, and I'll I'll do it after, because I've got
Cool, yeah.
a new comics project, which is arriving imminently, very soon.
Yay! Cool. Let's go. Let's see this. Thank you, Andy, by the way. Somewhere in Belfast.
The Big Fish is a recognisable landmark of the city with millions passing by here daily. But how many realise its designer John Kyness had his artistic roots in Belfast comics with titles like The Belfast People's Comic and The Hand, A Tale of Old Belfast. Over the course of this documentary, we're going to be looking at what has sometimes been called the invisible art and how this rich heritage bonds the memories and practices of the community and what it offers today's generation of cartoonists.
That is a big fish. Whereabouts in Belfast is this? Andy?
Sorry. So this is a river lagan, and it's kind of, it's in the Belfast city centre. It's a bit sort of on, well, it's not really on the outskirts. It's kind of about 15 minutes walk from City Hall.
Right, give me a minute. It was Dublin was 16 years ago, and Belfast was 18 years ago for me when I visited. Right. Huh.
So just
I probably know where that is.
Just behind the fish, you have the River Lagan, and even further back is the Titanic Quarter, where that boat thing was built.
Oh, I visited the Titanic. We visited the Titanic Quarter, so if I can triangulate from there where this fish is. Cool. We could have probably walked to it. We just didn't know of its existence. Did the fish exist 18 years ago?
I see. When was 18 years ago? So this was 15 years ago. It either it is 18 years ago is probably on the line of it having just been erected or just about to be erected.
Okay. Yes, so I really enjoyed that. That was a long weekend, so that was, we left Glasgow early on the Thursday morning and got into Belfast at like lunch-ish, so between 11 and 12. So from this living room to our B&B in Belfast. So yeah. I really enjoyed that weekend. It was really good.
Divinia in chat is bringing up Urwilly and the Bruins. I loved those as a child. My grandparents, I would stay with them every Sunday and they'd get in the Sunday Post. And I went straight to those. Fantastic.
Oh. Harlan and Wolf, yeah. Yeah, the Titanic. I really enjoyed going to the Titanic Quarter. It was quite fun. I need to get back to Belfast actually, and there's an open invitation for me to go and visit my sister's in-laws who are up in Ballycastle. They would help me come over and get recommend hotel or B&B in Ballycastle. It looks gorgeous up there. Ah, rejoice. Hello, Sock now. We have Andy Luke, or Andrew Luke if you wish. This is him. You'll see him in a second on the video. Welcome in. How are you? I'm doing well, thanks. Left shoulder being a bit of a bitch recently, but it's behaving itself now, thank God. You away from screen? No problem, Davinia. If you can hear, carry on listening. Excuse me. seconds.
John Kindness is the head librarian at the Lindenhall Library and curator of its political cartoon collection.
People have a great tendency to poke fun at each other, and the cartoon is one of the best pictorial ways of doing this. And I think it goes right back to ancient times.
Andy Luke, Socknow's Puerto Rican.
Now, one particular cartoon that I am very impressed with is this portrait or cartoon of Sir Edward Carson. It's very stylized, it's almost Germanic in its pencil work. Modern cartoons, they're really a social history, you know, they're a commentary on what activates people's minds, what enrages them, what pleases them.
Yes, sir.
The person who signed his name QED, and it appeared in a very short-run Ulster periodical, Ulster Opinion. Now, I've only seen 5 cartoons by this man, QED. I'm astonished that someone with that quality of art hasn't a much bigger canon of work, but it's a really important stylized cartoon of Sir Edward Carson.
Wow! It's a shame how many different artists haven't got the recognition they so obviously deserve. I really like those. They're really good. It's kind of upsetting that these people don't get the recognition they so rightly deserve.
Now, they're an ephemeral thing in that they're there for one day, but
because
an archive of this material will give you a great insight into what happens politically in any country. And the cartoons here in The Unkindest Cut look at the history of Ulster in the 20th century, and they do tell the story in a very amusing but also very poignant and very specific way. One great source of cartoons that we may overlook is PTQ, the student rag from Queen's University. This is the 1936 PTQ, and when you open it up, it has cartoons all the way through. This is actually a build-up to World War II, and it's titled Pax Germanica, and here we have Mussolini, Hitler, and someone else whom I don't know, but the armaments behind. And this is a cartoon called Nightmare, and it shows Eamon de Valera on the white horse, parodying the William III at the Battle of the Boyne.
Ooh! I have mixed opinions about Eamon de Valera. So does my stepdad, oddly enough.
Could you elaborate on what The Unkindest Cut is?
Yeah, well, the title comes from a cartoon that appeared in Punch around 1920, and it was to do with partition, and it shows Lloyd George with a map of Ireland, pair of scissors, and he says, "I now cut this map in two, put it in a hat, and we will find that over a period of time it will have come back together magically." And aside, he says, "At least I hope so, because I've never done this trick before." So he called it The Kindest Cut. But because partition is here and because of all the trouble that we've had over the century, I renamed it The Unkindest Cut, and I think it works very well.
That's better.
Going right back to the start of the century, there was a magazine published in Belfast called The Republic, and it was published by the Dungannon clubs.
Oh,
but it had some really
I was wondering
important
who
artists, John Campbell,
It's okay, Emily, don't
the Moral
worry.
brothers. They went on to become fully fledged artists in their own right. Then, coming through things like PTQ, you see the fledgling Rowell Friars. And I think Rowell Friars comes through decades of Ulster history, right up to the present day with Ocean and Cormac. Ian Knox, obviously, and Martin Turner in the Irish Times also has, cartooned and lampooned the politics of Northern Ireland. So all tell our story, and it's quite important to look at it. But it's in the 30s, and you can see cartoons used as advertisements, Robinson and Cleavers. Here's one for Finlay Soap, No Soap Here, which is a parody on No Soap Here.
Wow!
DC Black Box Black Market, the first Sunday of every month. This is the grassroots. This is the sort of where it all starts and more the real heart of the stuff that finds itself in the mainstream. This is where it all springs from. We have the finest range of comics north and south of the border, all homemade, all DIY. Most shops won't stock these, they're only available.
Oh, wow. Andy. Oh, fucking, what was that? Was that not the... Oh, God. I thought it was a frame drop, it fucking isn't. Does the black box still happen? Does this still happen? I thought it was a frame drop, it fucking isn't. Does the black box still happen? Does this still happen? I thought it was a frame drop, it fucking isn't. Does the black box still happen?
Sorry, I was just getting reverb from Twitch there. Yeah, not so. It did last for about 5 years or so, where it was offering up tables to all sorts. So you'll see in the background there 3D model-esque type figurines. People sell badges, woolens that they'd knitted, sweets, homemade chili powder. So yeah, pretty much a decent arts market. It ran for about 4 years. The black box is still there, and it's still a fantastic independent arts venue. If there's ever anybody indie visiting Belfast, you'll probably see them there. It's a good city centre one. I've seen Mark Thomas there a number of times, and Grace Petra.
Nice one.
Yeah, sure. I think Billy Bragg's played there a few times. Yeah, it's a great site. So if you're in Belfast, do give it a visit.
Nice one, I will. Thank you so much.
For mail order or on the web. But we have them all here in Belfast, this unique cultural hub.
None of your 40k bollocks, Jim. Mind you, in saying that, my sister relented my... Fuck it, it's easier if I just... They're not married, but I'll call him my brother-in-law. So my younger sister's partner was 40k, and she basically encouraged him to stop it. Yeah, 40k is fucking expensive, and I've said to him, there's plenty of ones on itch which are basically the same as 40k if you want. And said, yeah, I've already had a couple of people who I used to game with leave 40k because they couldn't be arsed with it. Not for any financial reasons, they just got fed up. And they've went to other games that you can get on itch, other D&D type games, tabletops. So the two main ones that he actually played with have left 40k. They left about just before the pandemic, 6-7 years ago now. He's went back to 40k, but he's not allowed to buy new models, the little figurines and stuff. So he's bought a specific type of paint stripper, a stripper to clean them off and change their colourings of his little armies, his little army of minis, which he has over fucking 100 sitting in a box in the attic. Oh, sweet, nice one, bring it. I know PG Holden.
Well, we've got comics by myself, 24-hour comics, written and drawn in 24 consecutive hours. No breaks, no stops. We've got Paddy's own Cattle Raider Cooley, which is retelling the Ulster cycle, the story of Kilcullen. I guess we'd be talking about 20 to 30 comics on an average day we sell. Which doesn't sound like an awful lot, but when you consider that this and occasional one-day events like this are the main selling point for these creators.
They do, don't they, Jim? They look fucking amazing. I will show you, like, my comic book collection is sitting in airtight sealed boxes in my mum's attic up in Perth. The only one who's allowed to access them is my niblet. Her partner, their partner, sorry, sweetie. So my niblet, my niece's girlfriend, is a big a nerd as me. She goes up to my mum's attic and checks them out just to make sure they're doing okay and stuff. My nephews are not allowed access to them because they're teenagers. For obvious reasons. Sorry, dudes. I don't trust the pair of yous with my comic book collection. Sorry. I will show you the best one that I've got currently. Where the fuck is it? Give me my book. Where is it? Where is it? I've lost my favourite. Where is it? I've lost it. Where the fuck did he put it? He's moved my book. Is it down here? It's not down there. What have you done with it? Oh no, it's behind the fucking slow cooker. God damn you, super hubby. You're a menace. It's a graphic novel of the Tam O'Shanter, by the way. I will dig it out and I'll show you on the next stream.
It's
up
quite
there.
a bit. And they'll be maybe doing very small print runs. Mine tend to be about 10 copies. I think on average, maybe folk will do about 100 copies.
Right, Stephen's books. Do I have them down there?
Down here, no. Oh, about 250 or something like that?
I think so. That chemistry is 150. And what's Archie's?
It's 450.
Now, Jim, why would you do that to yourself? I've already chided Scribby for looking into that one earlier. Don't do that. There, you can get like scary, like psychological sort of fear and suspense and all that one. Then you get graphic, which is bodily function reactions, essentially just learned. I'm sure Scribby does know ones. I have actually talked to Scribby a bit. I know some as well. I'm not of that nature, don't get me. I like my horror movies and stuff like that. More psychological than body horror, don't get me wrong. I like the Saw movies for what they are. Completely ridiculous at the end of the day, but still kind of fun to watch.
Find a selection of cartoonists or comics by cartoonists from all over Ireland, including ourselves. Variety of comics from various artists from all over Ireland, including ourselves.
Comics are, for me, like an absolutely vital part of sort of underground culture and counterculture. Any black market that I would do, I would expect to see comic book sellers at it. And
don't scare them off.
See, there's 3 or 4.
Here we have a chance to talk directly to people, to sell directly.
So
any money we make goes straight to us. Any money we invest comes straight back to us.
These two here, Supernatural Showcase, which is a very, very funny spoof horror comic. And we have
Thanks, Andy.
which is Jerry Rowan, who does these sort of personal vignettes and musings, and which is kind of imaginative and odd.
The fact that we can be approached as well, that people can come up and say, I like what you did, or tell us what you did, and we can talk to them, extends that narrative.
They look really
just to be in
good.
here with so many other people doing, like Adam was saying, different things.
I make things out of inner tubes of bicycle tyres. The black market is a fantastic place to talk to people about the products and to sort of make people aware of what it is that you do in Belfast.
This is quite important to the various cartoonists that are on the stall. For some of them, it's their only outlet for the public to see their work.
That's true. It's the only regular one. I mean, there are occasional fairs. If you have a regular outlet like this, then you can create a little bit of a scene.
Yes, Kafia spotted.
It's always best to be part of something rather than isolated.
Do you see signs of...
Keep on meaning it, get myself a Kafia.
Comics arts in the north of Ireland?
There's certainly signs of it, yeah. I mean, there's, as well as the people we've got here, we've got people like Miguel Martin, who does the Weekly Woe, and we've got Stephen Morris Graham, who does 400 Facts, who have done the black market on their own bat occasionally. And we have the monthly pub meets that we've been doing for the last few years that seem to be going from strength to strength. So there's a little bit of scene. And
nice one.
A lot of talented people.
Cool. This one here, this is your 24-hour comic.
Ah, yes.
Could you tell us a bit about this, please?
Yeah, it's an annual event, 24-hour Comics Days. Chop McLeod started it. But the idea is that for a single 24-hour period, 12 o'clock to 12 o'clock, you sit down and you create a comic.
Andy?
24 pages, 24 hours. This year I decided to do one for
Is Jim right?
And I wanted to do one in colour as well, so this is what I've come up with. It's a little fantasy story about two children that step through a magical door into a strange world and where there are soldiers and dinosaurs and wicked queens.
Davy Francis is a recurring figure in Belfast comics. The 1980s began with his contribution to anthology Z-Muck. By decade's end, he'd developed Belfast's first real superhero, the amusing Cider Man.
I started off when I was in art college. I started off in the graphic design course, and what happened was I had to do a project for the end of the year. And I thought I'd do a comic because I always, enjoyed comics. So I had produced a mural for the Students' Union up in Jordanstown, and said, we'll pay you for it. I said, well, if you don't mind, they had their own print room, so I said, if you print the comic, that would be far better. So they printed 500 issues of it. And
500 issues?
I think they sold about 100 of them, so...
A couple of years after, you were involved in the Belfast People's Comic?
Belfast People's Comic, yeah. John Carson and myself, we went along to see the guys, Alistair McLennan and Ian Knox were there. They said, we're putting together a comic, and we'd just like to put a few pages together for it.
Can you tell us about the sort of content that was in the People's Comic?
Well, it was vaguely political, but it was a very down-to-earth sort of, just make fun of everybody type of strip. John produced a strip, I think it was for the first one, called Spot the Difference, and it was, allegedly the differences between the two sides, the eyes are wider apart and this type of thing, stupid old myths that he just made fun of. John and I were selling the People's Comic one day up in the Polytech. We sort of had a run-in with some of the students there who felt that maybe some of the work in the comic was a wee bit too political. I sort of realised that, I wasn't really cut out for the political sort of strips.
I really like that art style. That's one of my favourite ones. That looks really, really good. And if you can, a painting or a picture paints it says 1,000 words and all of that, obviously, because the certain graphic artists, certain drawers, illustrators, and things like that, being able to get these points across, and the style that they choose to draw, paint, sculpt, and is a great sort of commentary. It's fucking amazing. This is amazing. The human brain, the human intellect, and the way we get across our messages and how we interact with each other in different medias and stuff is absolutely fascinating to me. How we all think differently, how we have common ground or differences. Being able to portray that, just fucking yes, more. more culture, more comic books, please. Just bring it all. It's brilliant, isn't it, Andy?
You can probably tell from the art style, Davy's work is humorous, it's comedy, and it rarely even brushes up against politics, but he also does like a small p political. He's very good at caricaturing certain elements of society.
Post the link in the Discord, Jim, would you?
Certain regions, for example, Ballymena and other rural regions seem to have provided the inspiration for his strip Cowpath County.
Oh wow,
which
cool.
ran in Oink in the mid-80s. Oink was sort of like Viz for children, but it was like much more subversive in a way, whereas Viz was just very sort of sexist and misogynist and a bit racist. Oink was like
I've heard like boomers call Viz like cruddy, subversive, and just crude in that
Oink
sort of
was
way.
The establishment. They had a character called Mary Lighthouse, parodying Mary Whitehouse, a favourite BBC censor.
Yes.
They ripped the mick out of everything, from royalty to broadcasters to government, but all in a very child-friendly kind of way. And I just had this. Charlie Brooker was perhaps his first writing job. Was on.
Oh wow! Was it? I didn't even know that. Wow.
Actually, so I was writing, but also as a cartoonist.
All right.
It was one of those sort of. Comic was one of those sort of areas of culture where there's something magical happens and all the right people are in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, I love it when that sort of happens. It just kind of coalesces. It comes into being and through connections, different people, different walks of life, blah blah blah. I love it when that sort of thing happens. It's great, and being able to reach out through comic books, through books, and like television programs and all that stuff, and movies, blah blah blah. It's great when that kind of coalesces, and it captures people's imaginations and their lived experience and stuff. It's amazing being able to do that. That's what I try to do here, at least. With education and some snark. Obviously sarcastic as fuck. God, it's been ages since I've watched Black Mirror.
Whenever we started Zimok, that was one of the things we laid down from the start, that we didn't want to make it political. We wanted to just make it accessible for everybody, and we wanted to sell it, not just here, but, down south, over in England, and UK, and that type of thing.
Zimok was another of those anthology comics that drew in a lot of people who later went on to do other stuff. Will Simpson, Hilary Robinson. I was wondering if you'd tell us a bit about the origins of Zimok.
I wasn't working then, and so what I did was I went down to the Art and Research Exchange offices. They gave me a wee office, a wee desk where I sat and, was working on the screw the bat and head the ball, for, the 8 hours that it took me to draw it. And then the rest of the month I would just sort of draw, and people would ask me to do posters and that type of thing. So it was sort of base to work from. And then I got a call one night from a very soft-spoken young man, and it was Will Simpson. We could talking about comics and this type of thing, and we sort of oohed and ahed at each other's work, and we decided it'd be nice to do something together and sort of showcase our work. Ray McAvoy came along too.
Andy? Holy fuck! Have you met Will?
Yes, a number of times. He likes drinking. And I will often meet him in the late night art thing, as well as just comic circles. But I can do do better. You'll see in the course of this, I had a bit of this was filmed a year, I had a bit of a hit, and I got invited along to a fantasy convention, which turned out to be a Game of Thrones convention. And it was at after season 1 of Game of Thrones had dropped, and I'd never seen it, but there I was stood on the stage with Arya, Sansa, Bran, Hodor, Jon Snow. I had no idea who any of these people were, but I was a guest along with them. So that was kind of cool. Little old me.
You bastard! I'm so jealous of you. Wow, that's amazing. Nice one. But still jealous. Bloody hell. See, I would have just fangirled over Sean Bean. But I quite like him. Don't get me wrong, they're not historically accurate in any way, shape or form. But I did like Sharp. The books and the teleseries. But if he was there, I would have just lost my shit. Ah, Sean Bean. No problem, Davinia, my dear. Give your doggo a scratch for me.
You sort of got the first issue together.
Lucky
Andy.
The
first issue out, then we found that a lot of people came in and got interested. Peter Morwood, Hilary Robinson, and Ivor Lavery, Bob Kern. We all chipped in to pay for the printing costs. I think it was £20 paid. It was all very, democratic and sort of, if somebody wasn't happy with the work that was produced or didn't feel that it fit in, you go back and change it or do something about it, We all sort of listened very much to each other's views and the way that we wanted it to go. So it was very creatively.
Oh, no, of course not, John. I won't do that. Me and the middle sister, so eldest middle sister, we were both huge Game of Thrones fans. I like the books. She likes the books and the teleseries. Youngest sister looked at us like we're weirdos. And we don't excise her. I wouldn't do that. Your media choice, what you can see, what you watch, what you listen to, what you read. I would never ostracise anyone for that. It's just new. Same with my mum. She tried to get into it. She got halfway through season 2 and said, nope, not into it. Fuck off. And she stopped watching it from midway through season 2. But me and middle sister, we both love Game of Thrones. I have issues with series 6 and 7 for reasons. I was a little bit late. I started watching Game of Thrones when season 4 dropped. So I was 3 seasons out of the whole timeline, essentially, of people watching it. Then I was watching people who were seeing the last 2 series drop, just losing their fucking shit with what the direction the showrunners were taking the series in. And I thought, no, I can't. I'm sitting here watching series 3 or series 4, and people were losing their fucking minds. That was fun. My sister actually started watching it before me. She started when it first dropped, essentially. And she was nice to me. She didn't give me any spoilers or anything. She just gave me sort of little warnings. And she says, send me text, warning. Something might be happening in the next 2 or 3 episodes. I thank her for that. Thank you, my dear. Oh yeah, there was far too many characters, don't get me wrong. The book's more, trust me, that's nothing what was in the show at all. The books are down there, right next to my DVDs, so I've got the entire series, all of Game of Thrones on DVD, and all the books. We are waiting for the last one. What the fuck are you doing, George? Give me my book. Thank you. I would never ostracise anyone for that, obviously.
Energized, you know, and we sort of we went from monthly meetings then to every fortnight we'd have a meeting, and then I think it was every week. But then gradually it tailed off. Other people were getting other work, and it ended up really it was just Hilary and myself were producing the comic. By the
I get that.
Issue
I get that.
came around, we thought,
yeah.
we'll give it a rest because with £9 in the bank account and it didn't cover the printing costs for issue 9, you know.
How did you go around getting ZMOC to people?
Well, we went to the very first issues. We would have gone round pubs and sold them to people. The only trouble with that is, you know, you always meet somebody you know and have a drink with them, and then you know you'd forget them or forget the issues, and you know have to go back for them the next day. But then we went through record shops. Like Terry Hurley was always very good at taking copies of us, and then we had the mail order as well. We would have advertised through Fast Fiction in England. Ed Pinsett, he ran that, and you know we'd go over to Westminster Comic Mart and that type of thing. But it just meant that more and more people got to know about them. And
it's weird. I check out my older videos, my old streams and stuff, how much I've changed a bit. I've lost a bit off my face and stuff. My hair's obviously got longer. It's been, my God, it'll be 2 years in July since I've actually been to a hairdresser to just get my ends trimmed up. Don't get me wrong, I take good care of my hair and stuff, but it's been nearly 2 years since I've been to the hairdresser to get my hair basically tidied up a bit. It's weird looking at your old self, like looking at my photo. I've got my photo albums are just over there, just in there on the bookshelf, and looking at myself from when I was like a teenage, like a little lass, teenager, up until my mid-20s and stuff. It's weird. And the fashion choices that I've made over the years is, yeah.
Can I just say on behalf of the chat, your hair's looking very well tonight.
Oh, thank you. I washed it earlier on. Because greasy as fuck at times. It's a never-ending battle trying to deal with the grease that gets built up in my hair and in my roots. Well, that's why I dye my hair, to actually dry out my scalp and the sebum, the oil-producing part of your scalp and your hair. So I have to make sure. Plus, I've got psoriasis at the back of my neck, just at the nape of my neck, but here. My hair is weird.
We'd get more contributors that way, you know, people from England, and sometimes you get kids writing in saying, when I grow up I want to be an artist on ZMOC, you know, and this type of thing.
I like that. It's fun.
Nice to have a fan base.
It's nice, looking through some of the old files, it's nice to see the wee letters, you know.
Tell us very quickly about Ciderman.
Ciderman really came on from the last issue of ZMOC. It was an A5 issue, and I liked the size of it, and I'd been starting to draw, you know, episodes of Ciderman. I was drawing for Oink at the time, but I just loved drawing so much, you know. I'd come home, draw or write a strip for Oink, and then just start drawing Ciderman, and you know, I was doing like 4 pages a night, so you know, I had to sort of publish them somewhere. I still have about 100 pages unpublished, and Funny Haha was the vehicle for it. But I wanted to bring in, you know, wee things like comic interviews and, you know, that type of thing as well. Make it more like a magazine than a comic. And I'd written off to, you know, people like Ronald Reagan and William Shatner and people like that, and got their you know, autographs. So they became the celebrity cider fans, and it was just a bit of fun, you know. But
nice one, Andy.
Somewhere to put it all, you know.
John Farrelly is a comics artist from Newry. He's also the creator of early 1990s comic Nuts, Screws, Washers and Bolts.
The rude version and the clean version. You want the clean version? Alright then. A lunatic escaped from an asylum, and he went into a laundrette and made love to all the women in the laundrette and then ran away, and the newspaper headline the next day was Nuts, Screws, Washers and Bolts. Did I hear tumbleweed there? Was there a tumbleweed there? I was very excited about Nuts, Screws, Washers and Bolts.
That is genius. I love that. Well done. Round of applause. Christ, I need to check the etymology of these places getting called Nut House. Or the Nut House, essentially. There's a hospital here in Glasgow called Gartnavel, so you've got your standard hospital where patients go and get treated and shit like that. But you've also got the additional part, which is the older part of Gartnavel, which was the mental institution and sanatorium, if you wish. It was called the Nutcracker Suite. So you've got the main Gartnavel Hospital, which is rather large. It's on Great Western Road, going towards Annie's Land. Then at the back, near the train station for Gartnavel, it's basically the mental health hospital, which is called the Nutcracker Suite, essentially. I'm not entirely sure if I like it or not. It's been called that for decades, essentially. That hospital, that sanatorium, has been there since the 1870s. It's one of the oldest ones here in Glasgow. But it gets called the Nutcracker Suite.
This is going to be a weird interview for me to watch back. So, John Farrelly passed away just a few months ago. And I did stay, I kind of lost contact with him the last 2 or 3 years. He was an incredibly warm individual, very friendly, very modest as well. The last 2 or 3 years, maybe 4 years, he started to get a lot more visibility. I mean, he'd been working away at comics for like 40 years, 45 years.
Wow.
There's a big graphic novel and children's book publisher in Dublin called O'Brien Press. And so last number of years, John has been getting to do like folk tales of folklore, fairy tales and myths and legends, and illustrating those.
Oh, wow. Oh, I'm very
some graphic novels.
I'm very mythology coded, so if you can give me anything that he's done from that, I'd pay for it, obviously.
Yeah, I'll make a note to have a Google and put it in the chat and certainly in the Discord.
Thank you, I'd really appreciate that. So I'm Hellenistic nerd, blah blah blah. Love Norse, love Eastern European mythology as well, and Scottish and Irish mythology, like the Tuatha Danann and all those sort of people. Or gods, essentially. Like was it the Book of Invasions? I can't remember what it's called in the Irish. Fucking hell, bad Katie. But the Book of Invasions as well. Any sort of comics based on either, especially the Irish pantheon, I'd fucking love it. You know, like Cuchulainn, the Skahab, the people like that, it'd be bloody amazing. I'll need to say to Specs to see if he can get me access to ones based on like the Welsh mythology as well, which would be like would be really good. So I'll need to remind myself to speak to Specs about that. So that's Specs Bean Farmer, by the way, Andy. Specs is awesome. I love Specs. Hello, Bry. Rejoice, comrades. Based American and Otter, PNG. Bry, your guy. Welcome in, Bry. Great to see you.
Because I got together with some like-minded people I hadn't met before. I happened to pick it up in Dark Horizons, I think it was, and I went, ooh, this is done by local people, and all I wanted to do was get into comics. I didn't care how, where, I loved drawing comics, and all I wanted to do was get into comics. So to see that there was actually people from Belfast, and I had just moved to Belfast, and I got in touch with them, and Paul McCullough and Alan Perry, and I'm still friends with Alan now. Paul I lost touch with, but one of the most talented everything. I hate him. Put together a comic called Screws, Washers and Bolts after a really bad joke.
Thank you, Andy.
Contributions from people all over Northern Ireland, really. And it was just whenever we got time, got together, had a laugh, had a few drinks, put it together basically in the living room. I think it reached issue 4. And it had the distinctive sort of garish yellow cover with a black sort of tape down the spine. The first 2 issues, I think, had that. Sort of done on the sly, photocopy very, very cheaply on the sly, you know, sort of work, you know, trying to get it photocopied and stapled together.
A little bit of technical information here. You can do the drawing, things like that. You can draw it and make it yourself, self-published, bind it after a fashion, not the professional binding, because it's different types of glue and things like blah 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 blah. But photocopying degrades it every time it gets photocopied more, because the way the photocopier works, it doesn't pick up all the time because of the way the most bog standard photocopiers work. So over time it becomes lower and lower quality. The ink might be good, the paper you might be using might be good, but because of the way a photocopier actually works, it gets degraded and graded further the more you photocopy it, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's always a good idea.
Really. That's why getting it printed professionally.
To use your originals if you're doing a fanzine or a mini comic, scan the art through the glass. But if you can't, say for example, you're doing what I did in terms of sneaking it through the works photocopier and doing because your employer's a real asshole, but you just happen to be 40 copies of your 20-page mini comic without them noticing, then you might have to use made up pages that aren't the originals. I mean, this was it's not really the same thing now because postage costs are so expensive, but
they are,
designs and mini comics, such a punk kind of thing, and the same sort of way you self-publish now, that you can go and have your own YouTube channel or your own blog or your own Twitter, not Twitter stream. It's still exactly the same way for comics and zines. You can just go and I had no art experience when I made my first comic. No skills at all.
Well, that's why comics are such.
Still appreciated them. Sorry, go ahead.
That's why comics are such a good thing. You don't need any experience. Basically it's people's own lived experience or their own takings, their own musings, if you wish, just put into print form, either through illustrations and with some script as well, which is good. That's why the comic doing your own comic book is obviously easy. If you've got a concept, got an idea, what message you want to get out there to reach the populace and things like that. It's such an easy and mostly democratic way to get your message across, which is good. I appreciate it. Fucking amazing. But the cost of actually printing and stuff is so fucking prohibitive these days. That's why a lot of comics are online now, so you go onto the website for whatever comic you want. The person, the comic book illustrator and writer. That's why a lot of them are online now, unfortunately. Don't get me, I want a printed copy. I want to physically feel it and read it myself. But those costs are stupidly high now, which is fucking horrible. I don't like it. I like the fact you can get it online. You can pay for it online as well if you want, or you can get free access if the comic book artist and illustrator and writer are amenable to it. For quite a lot of people on the left, obviously they publish it online instead of actually in printed form.
Yeah, some off for the online version, not like sort of just pay whatever you feel is fair, which I think helps a lot. I mean, obviously, if it's art school students who are producing like what you might call graphic literature, something with polish on it, you really want the print to do it that extra justice, you know, if it looks absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
But I'm not. I mean, I've got one right beside me at the moment. I've got a bunch of them right beside me at the moment. But I think there's still something special about that lo-fi Zine mini comic thing. There's something inherently subversive and anti-institutional about it. That I don't think graphic novels and graphic literature can manage in the same way.
Yeah. Shall we continue? Carry on.
The Students' Union and the Talisman took some as well. The comic shops, Dark Horizon, things like that, sale or return basis. It was a lot of fun.
DNA Swamp was an ambitious collection leaving a lasting impression of the Ulster comic scene, an ensemble of high-profile Belfast creators' work appearing in Main Street newsagents.
It was ambitious. We got funding, we scraped together the money to do a couple of the first 2 issues, and got contributions from professionals that we thought would help sell the comic. Frank Quitely, Glenn Fabry, Colin McNeil, a few others.
Same here.
Philip Wade, he was a local artist. It started off quite small. Whenever we were talking about it initially, it was going to be like a small self-published thing, and this was when self-publishing was actually quite expensive to do. Nowadays it's dead cheap, but when we were starting out it was thousands and thousands to get a...
Oh my dude, it's went back to what you remember from back in the day before you this interview and stuff. It's went back, it's regressed unfortunately, which sucks. Boo. There are decent ones that get printed now, so you've got a hard copy, literally you can feel in your hands, which is good. But it's got prohibitively expensive again, because capitalism. Boo. I like online zines and graphic novels and books and comic books and stuff and strips like that, but actually having the physical copy would be good. I would appreciate it. Yes, for capitalism. I will let this play. I need to leave for a second, Andy. I will be back. Enjoy. I will be back in 2 minutes.
Relatively small print run done. The sales were quite healthy. The sales were quite good, you know, and we got some good stuff in there. There was some good stories. Critically, it was well received. Just unfortunate, it was one of those things. It died off. But the DNA Swamp turned out to come back and bit me on the ass, basically, because there was so much work and so little return, and it became a money venture. Funding ran out, enthusiasm ran out, and friendships ran out. So it was one of those things. It's a bittersweet sort of experience for me. Apart from being one of the best, the launch being one of the best days of my life, I thought, oh no, I have to do this every month now. And I had a full-time job at the time, and you know, kind of fizzled out.
John now teaches comics at the Crescent Arts Centre, passing his learned skills onto a mix of people.
I'm hoping that they're getting the enthusiasm that I would have for the medium and for storytelling in general. It's not even particularly comics. I like cartoons and creating cartoon characters and things like that. It's not just about comics or storytelling. So I would hope that they would get the same sort of things out of it that I always got, which was sort of a love of creating something out of nothing.
Holy Cross was a series about a gay couple in North Belfast. Drawn by Davy and Paul J. Holden, it was published by US outfit Fantagraphics.
My style's always been very cartoony, and I had an awful trouble whenever Mal asked me to do Holy Cross, because I was sort of thinking to myself, well, it's supposed to be, you know, it's like a serious story and it covered serious issues. And I had an awful, I kept thinking to myself, he's got the wrong guy to draw it, you know. But then I thought, well, you know, he's asked me to do it, so I may as well do it as best as I can. So I was throwing in things like, you know, places that I knew, like the old Alpha Cinema in Rathcoole that makes an appearance somewhere up West Belfast for some reason.
I did something similar. There was a lot of there's a lot of bits of Belfast from what I remember, rather than from actual Belfast. So there was photo reference as well, but there was a lot of scenes where I was kind of going, I know the street, I know the type of place he's looking for. So it was more that than the geography of it was sort of all over the place.
You know, there was that sort of effort, you know, to try and normalise it and, you know, just try and make it real, you know.
After an absence making comics, Davy returned with a strip called Thunderbags.
I lost my eye, I had cancer, and so I had to go and get my eye removed in Sheffield. And you know, I was thinking to myself, you know, I wonder will I still be able to draw, you know? And I had a big page of you know, really nice paper. It was from DC Comics, so I thought to myself, I'll just start drawing, more of a doodle type of thing. And I drew these, you know, characters, a mixture between the Avengers and the Justice League, only more sort of down at heel. And then I thought to myself, I'd like to start, you know, getting into the comics again, because I'd been sort of away from them for a while. I was doing caricatures and, you know, different types of things, a wee bit of advertising work and that. So it was nice just to get back into the comics, and there's so many ways you can tell a story through comics. You know, if you 10 people in a room and ask them to tell the same story, give them the same script, you'd get 10 different variations. It's just like, you know, it's just so different, you know, and it's such a good medium, you know.
Jim McKellar currently runs a store, Atomic Collectibles, and has fond memories of the Belfast comic scene.
Okay.
I brought in a few mini comics that shops like yours might have stocked back in the day.
Yeah, this is sort of independent, like homemade comic was the type of thing that when we first started there wasn't any specialist stuff, so we were more like a market stall and a variety market. So you get people who do the homemade, self-published and printed. Indie comic would bring a bunch in and go, could you try and sell these for me? And you find more than that. If you did, they didn't even want the money. You know, they just wanted the fact that people could sort of see them and talk about them and pass them around, get a bit of a scene going in Belfast. It's created that history of locally produced independent comics and artists and writers.
There's like a shared confidence there, and it's like a foundation, stepping
That's right,
stone.
yeah. It gives them that confidence that they can do it. They're, even if they're only doing it for themselves, there's a feel that, well, it'll have a wider audience, because there's a few more places around that will stock it.
Jim, your store is multi-catering to collectors of comics and vinyl and books and other curiosos. How do you think this variety affects business and community?
Well, it affects business in the way that not one particular thing, such as a comic or a record, is enough these days to sustain a business, what with the internet and all that there. So we've always had comic shops, but I find business-wise you need a variety of things to keep it going, and also people who are in the one are more likely than the other, that sort of age group. And it affects the community in a way that other than the big multi-stores, there's not a lot of choice to get that variety and the more unusual thing that people might want.
PJ Holden and Patrick Brown are two artists.
I will quickly say there is There is 8. There is 8 here in Glasgow. Independent comic. There's 7 independent, and 1 sort of Forbidden Planet for those of you who know. There's a Forbidden Planet in Belfast, by the way. So you've got Forbidden Planet on Sucky Street. Then you've got another 2 or 3 in Glasgow city centre, down towards the river, and another 2 in the Merchant City. They're independent. The one down near a river in King Street has been there for 56 fucking years. People used to coalesce around the one down there during the poll tax riots, oddly enough. That was fun. Thanks, Maggie, you fucking bitch.
We've got 3.
That was a hub.
We've got Forbidden Planet, which used to be the Talisman. And the great thing about that, it was the 2nd or 3rd comic shop in Northern Ireland. The comic section manager is Malachi Coney, who was a comics writer who's mentioned in the course of this. Quite a good writer, proper literary writer. There's Comic Book Guys, run by Aaron and Austin. They're quite friendly. And my favourite, just because of the commercial model, is oh god, I forget the name of it, but it's in Smithfield Market, and it's a comic book store and a cafe. So go and sit. And,
sweet.
There's some graphic novels while you're just lounging about. So I love that sort of thing.
Cool.
What you were saying there about people selling comics needing to mix it up. I mean, that's what I loved about the black market. That's, my dream is to find a comic book store that's also a bar. Somebody do that. If you have the money, please go and do that for me. I will pull up a stool, definitely.
Oh my god. Well, no one won the Euro Millions on Friday night last night. He said, well, technically it's now Sunday. So on Friday night, no one won the Euro Millions. We have a ticket for Tuesday. So if me and Super Hubby win on Tuesday, I will do that for you, Andy. I will find a property and buy it outright. No landlords, ALAP. All landlords are parasites. I will own the building myself. I will buy it outright. And I'll create a bar and a comic book and collectible store somewhere in Glasgow. And you'll be the first to get invited. Yay! Yes. Correct, Bri. Of course. Is it just me, or does that look like Aang from Avatar: The Last Airbender? Kind of Aang looking.
I've worked with, each publishing our own comics during the mid-90s. We've enjoyed differing critical success, departing from our small press roots. AJ, for example, has followed in the footsteps of Belfast's Will Simpson in drawing both Judge Dredd and Rogue Trooper for 2000 AD, a pivotal position in British comics.
First thing I did in the small press world was Perchance. It was all games and role-playing games and stuff, but it was the very first thing I ever had published, which was about 1991. All hand photocopied and sold around Queen's and role-playing conventions that went on. The thing is, first of all, this was pre-internet days. You find that magazines like Nuts, Screws, Washers and Bolts had almost nothing to do with the other stuff that was turned up just immediately
barely
after.
existed.
Yeah, and neither of them knew each other existed, really. And then after that, Domain, which I did a strip called Witch Hunter, I think it was called, which would then later turn up again in DNA Swamp. So there was a constant sort of dipping in and dipping out of the things. The truth of it was that the number of people buying these things was essentially the same people who were printing them and selling them. There was not a wide audience for any of this stuff at all. I do remember.
Was it the thrill of having a comic with you?
Yeah. I remember a big argument about whether they should have a colour cover or not.
My lovely non-binary comrade. I can read it, but I can't translate it. It's been a while since I've translated from the Gaelic. Can you post the translation in the chat, please, my friend? Rejoice, everyone. I can't give a duck. Praise be, based Scottish Green Party member over in the other side of the M8, that bastard of a road. Hello, I can't give a duck. Great to see you. How are you doing? Good conference, wasn't it? Loved it. Loved it. Did you know there's only technically now 74 days. Yeah, we hear you, Gillian and Ross. Yes, there's only so many days left. Rejoice, Linton is here. Hi, Linton. What the fuck did you know it was me, Jesus Christ? Was it one or two? Yeah. Were you in person or were you online? You don't need to see it either way, obviously. Keeping your identity safe and secure and secret, as always. I make no bones that I'm a Scottish Green Party member, obviously. I am here promoting them. Not saying no problem, I don't... no pressure, of course. Much appreciation to you being here anyway. One, just Saturday, 10 AM to 5 PM. Then the conference social, which started at 6:30, and it said it would be going late. I think it finished around about 11ish, I believe. It was just today, essentially, just Saturday. The main one's obviously the autumn conference, which will be October, November-ish. We will be told, obviously. It was good. I loved the conference. It was amazing. Oh, you're welcome. No problem. Praise be for I can't give a duck being here.
Because a colour cover was effectively doubling the price of the comic.
Selling out.
Yeah. And then the second issue, I kind of, because everyone's a student, everyone's about 21, 22, and everyone's a bit flaky anyway, and you flake out of it, and then reading the next month's editorial, it was slightly vitriolic to the...
Are 21 and 22-year-olds flaky? Maybe? Maybe's aye, maybe's not. Well... Oh, yeah. Aye, fuck off to sleep. Always a pleasure. I can't give a duck. It's great when you arrive. Much appreciation to you. And the fact that anything that needs clarified or any links, you're amazing in either Helena's or Kev's and my chat as well. Thank you. Much appreciation for all the work you do for all three of our streams. We really do love it. You go and look after yourself, and I'll catch you later. After this video is done, I'll be punishing myself to see who's on Laura in the morning. Holy fuck. I am waiting for John Swinney to go on Laura K. He might be busy. But if he does appear, I will be watching, obviously. Just to turn around and say to him, John, you're knackered, go, just leave. He's been doing this for basically most of my life at this point. Poor Swinney. He does good work for my hometown, obviously, my home city, but he looks shattered. That is up for SNP party members to decide, of course, and whether he wants to run again. But as it stands, it looks like, obviously, that we're going to, SNP are, with any luck, going to win again. I'd want more green MSPs, obviously. But I can live by SNP for most things. They've done quite well for our country. I love that. But
They can
I would still want
depress
to
you,
see him
Katie.
knackered. Carry on,
I know
Andy,
who's
sorry.
on Greensburg. It's not good. You want to know?
Say again, sorry?
Do you want to know who's on Koonsberg in the morning?
Oh, God, right, fuck it. Carry on.
Bridget Phillipson.
Oh, fuck.
Laura Trott.
Ah!
Is everybody sitting down?
Yes.
Boris Johnson.
Oh, why? He's not even in fucking politics anymore.
And Tony Radican.
Sorry, Tony.
Radican.
Oh, God, fucking... Right, so it'll be Phillipson first. That's Education Secretary, Bri, if you don't know. Laura Trott, what is she? Shadow Education? Is she Shadow Education or is she Shadow something else? Fuck, I'll check. Laura Trott's a Tory, by the way. Why the fuck is she interviewing fucking Bojo again? God damn it.
Tony Radican is a retired Navy officer.
Yeah, I know who he is. I've got former service personnel in my family and friends and my local connections and stuff. Ah! Go away. No, don't need to. There we go. Let's see. Is she Shadow Education? She is. So they've got basically the two educations. So Bridget Phillipson is the Education Secretary for the government, so she's Labour. And this creature is Shadow Education, so Bridget Phillipson's one in the loyal opposition. Why the fuck is she interviewing Bojo? God damn it. Yeah, Radican's a Admiral.
Completed a Master's in 2000 in International Relations and Defence Studies.
Yeah.
So that would make the album out because he used plagiarism and paying for his assessments to get any educational qualifications. That's unsubstantiated rumour, mind, but...
Oh, yeah, there's probably some sort of thread there that is probably somewhat accurate. More than likely. We need better investigative journalists. Don't get me wrong. Good investigative journalists do exist. There's just not enough of them. All hail the media corps and the lobby journalists and hacks and other assorted bullshittery people. God, the state of our media, especially the news media, they fucking suck.
The people that had managed to flake out, reading it and shrinking down into my chair going, oh no, this is kind of, oh, I feel really bad. I went to college then, kind of left comics behind really until DNA Swamp, which would have been 97, I think.
About then, yeah.
Yeah, until DNA Swamp, and then pulled out of the drawers The Witch Hunter. I got more heavily involved with DNA.
Pulled out of the drawers, The Witch Hunter. I got more heavily involved with DNA. Pulled out of the drawers, The Witch Hunter.
Harry, you were pretty much out on your own. You were doing things like Tomorrow Night, A Virtual Circle.
Yeah, I kind of came into it through the British small press, oddly enough, because I'd been a student in England, and I really wasn't aware of what was what was going on in Belfast. But I think back then I wasn't really much of a joiner. I think I was kind of... I had my own very strong ideas, not exactly of what I wanted to do in comics, but more of what I didn't want to do. And eventually I just decided I'll just do one on my own. It was a virtual reality thriller. That was quite a popular idea back in the 90s, of the whole virtual reality and networks and kind of pre-internet, a vague idea of what the internet might become. So I wrote my own VR thriller. and I improvised it in ink. And some of it looks dreadful, but it was good training.
I was around then. I was doing Bob's, which was a bed sitcom set in Bangor. I was quite interested in building up my own skills, but also in being part of something bigger and having a lot of different people on board doing things.
In the 80s, having seen copies of Zimok, the aspiration there seemed to be, let's just do something, it'll be awesome. Whereas in the 90s, the aspiration seemed to be, we have to do an ongoing series of 20 parts of whatever it was, and that's what it's going to be. And of course, you get to, most of them maybe get 2 or 3. Every time somebody does part 1 of something, you're instantly setting a very high bar for how much work you've got to do for the work. And knowing that a lot of these people only really enjoyed the creation aspect of it, it always struck me as mad that they were constantly doing, multiple series. And then not only that, but relying on, you would do, you would go, I'm going to do this 10-part series, but I'm only going to do 10 pages per strip, and now I need other people to contribute.
Once-a-month meet of comics creators at the Cloth Ear allows the next generation to interact, network and cook up new ideas.
A3 looks like a size up from this. Yeah, and then scan it and shrink it out.
And then I just shrink it down to...
I'm here as part of the comic book collective from Belfast and Northern Ireland. We also get together once a month and talk comics and general geek talk. It's always comics at the start, then eventually it's movies and sci-fi and books and everything. So but we also get together and compare portfolios and give each other tips and just generally enjoy the comic environment. Stephen Downey. Yes, yeah. How's it going? Just yours?
Yeah, that's running there, yeah. I was talking to Mal. You see, I don't know now about comics. Yeah. And I just rung up Mal in the shop, and he was telling me to come around here. But he was telling me to talk to you.
Pause for a second. Rejoice, Elron Hubward. Hi, Elron. How goes the battle? For those of you who do not know, most of you should know by now, me and Elron are trying to get rid of Elron's MP, who is Angela Eagle. We need to see her go, for many, many reasons. How goes it, Elron? How's your mum doing? Say hello to your mum for me. I'm glad in that sphere of your life things are looking good, looking a lot better. Amazing, love it. Being ignored, fuck you, go bigger fish to fry. Don't worry, with any fucking luck at the next general election you'll be short of her. Same with me and my fucking MP, who is voting the party line every fucking time. One of the most deprived and lots of people who are disabled, including your lass here. And she's voting for the party line to punish the poor and disabled of Glasgow North East. Marienburg, get to fuck. And Angela Eagle, you can fuck off and all. Also ignoring health procedures, fucking amazing. My experience with NHS up here in Scotland has been really, really good. Which is weird because people across Scotland are saying it's crap, we're waiting, it's not good, it needs fixed, blah blah blah. But my experience with the NHS here in Scotland has been exemplary. I am lucky, I'm blessed in that way at least. My GP is fucking amazing. His speciality is a GP, general practitioner essentially. So he sees lots of different types of patients. But his specialty is autoimmune and arthritis conditions. So I've got the best GP ever. My previous one, Dr. Campbell, she is gynecological and obstetrics, so basically female and pregnancy things. Reasonable adjustments listed at GP, so waiting for explanation of why. Nothing yet. Oh yeah. Western democracy, everyone. Apparently it's working in certain aspects, is it bollocks? Sidelining people like me and Elron's mum and Elron and my niece. And to a certain extent my mum. It sucks. I want to change it. I want the NHS to work better. I will say in my specific case, works well. Always looked after. Brilliant care for me. Plus I've got super hubby as well. I feel for people who are having struggles in the NHS wider across the United Kingdom and Great Britain. But me personally, NHS Scotland, for me, brilliant, amazing, love it. Want to expand that to everyone. American NHS, when?
Yeah, definitely. So.
Are you the artist or writer or both? Or?
Artist and writer, yeah. You see, I was doing screenplays and that there, and so I decided to put all my irons in fire and just
do one big thing.
Yeah.
Using black and white rather than colour.
Oh, pint of Guinness.
More violence, yes.
I want Guinness.
But are you in the comics yourself, are you?
Yeah. In the last sort of year, I've moved on to like professional, like page work or page weight stuff. So I did Torchwood, the comic.
Yes.
Thing. I was the last thing I did, like published. And then I've got another graphic novel coming out. It's like a creator own one. And then I'm doing stuff for a couple down south next week. And then there was Andy thing was one down for the last month.
Stephen and I worked together on Absence, a comic about my experiences with epilepsy.
It's a very meta comic. It's got characters falling out of panels, and it's sort of spinning around, and it's a narrator talking to the camera as he recounts his life. So the challenge was to try and portray the same character throughout his age, but make him look consistent.
Thank you, Andy.
So
Thank you.
Suddenly it was the main character, and then make all the sort of meta stuff all work in the story, which was a lot of fun to do. So it's a bit different for me, but I think it looks good. I've had some good feedback. So.
Thank you.
That was amazing, Andy, thanks. That was great. Much promotion for all your friends there. That was great. Thank you.
And you should absolutely check out Absence at absencecomic.com, because it's a really good comic. Got like
nice one.
Yeah.
Hang on, right, Scribby put something in the chat earlier on. I hope it's still here. Go back. Where is it? Scribby. I need my Scribby. If you're still in chat and I can't find it, Scribby, can you post that link again? If I can't go back to there, because I can't go back! God damn it! Fuck. Rejoice, comrades. Dan McLeith. Hi, Dan. Another base Scottish individual. I can't go back. Fuck. Yeah. Can I search?
No. Can't see Scribby in chat.
Ah, boo. God damn it. Oh, did he put it in the Discord? Give me a minute. I'll go and check the Discord. Give me a minute, everyone. Hello, Auntie, I can see you.
Hello.
Where would you have put it?
Did he post it in the Discord?
Philosophical.
What link is it?
It's no, it's not there. You never put it in the philosophy channel. Maybe up in general. Go back to up to general. Scrubby. There's absent. There's that one. Oh no! Fuck! Damn it! Scrubby, are you still here, my friend?
Not on the Twitch.
Damn it. It's okay, the next time I see him I'll get him to post it. Give me a minute.
I'm supposed to YouTube video it.
Let's see.
Oh.
There really is something this week, isn't there? There are commentary on
The link to the Invisible Artist.
Oh no, it's that one again. No. Oh, nope, that's the one we just watched, that one.
Landmark of the city with millions passing by here daily.
No, it was something from Scrubby Dan, don't worry about it. I'll look up through see if I can get it here. It's before Silly Death. Oh, it's
take a little break in the water closet.
no problem. I'll see if I can find this one from Scrubby.
What a ridiculous name, water closet.
I suppose I could actually check the etymology for that one, but it's probably something stupid in upper class anyway. I found Scrubby. Give me a minute. If I find the link I'm looking for, I'll just... Can I find that? I can't even go back in the chat either on my phone. God damn it.
You know, while you're searching, I should probably plug my related new thing. So on Sunday, I'll put my YouTube channel link in the chat again.
Thank you.
I am an organiser of, for anybody who's in the south of England, I'm the organiser of Caption, which is the UK's longest running comics festival. It's kind of the comics festival for comics creators. It's very small. It really focuses on indie comics, and it approaches the convention thing in a number of different ways. But because it's such a big deal, I mean, it's been going 25 years, and I haven't been reading as many comics lately as I would like to be, I've decided to do a regular series on a Sunday about midday called the Sunday Comics, where I have read a new comic to me each week, and I'll talk about it and pull another couple of indie comics from my file. So it's just about 10 minutes long. And yeah, check out Sunday Comics.
Nice one, thank you so much. Oh no, feel free to get distracted, Davinia, my dear. Phone needed to go and chat. Oh dear God. 35%. Oops. Let's see what I've got.
I could do with going and getting hydrated.
No problem, yeah.
Quite happy to talk Doctor Who when I come back.
Nice one, yes. I will find a couple of shorts to show everyone. Give me a minute.
Some gold links for you. We're back in 5.
No problem, yeah. Go to home. Oh God. Let's see what shorts Helena's been doing. Yep. I thought I already had our soul added. That's weird. Okay. Odd. Go back to my chat. God damn it. I know the shielding what's important. There we go. Ha! There we go. Give me a minute. Let's see. Shorts from No Justice of the MTGs. Everyone, my shout out isn't working unfortunately, so you'll just have to live by me saying, I demand you go and follow No Justice MTG on all the platforms. Unlike myself, both Helena and Kev are still on the hell site. I am off it. I am never going back to that fucking Nazi hellscape, ever. Blue Sky's alright, I guess. Good resource to find other leftist, good people and stuff like that. Fighting the good fight and all that thing. But I am never going back on Twitter ever again. Elon, get right. I'm not calling it X. You're a fucking mentalist. This short is good. Watch the short.
Faced with a High Court challenge, the government's abandoned plans to let 30 councils in England delay local elections. They'd been told they could wait until they'd finished reorganising district and county councils into unitary authorities. But Reform launched...
Hang on. I'm a little bit slow there. There we go. That's better. No. They were scared because they're fucking cowards and because they're getting challenged from both the left and the right. So people who are more right-leaning in Labour, and the Tories obviously because they're right-wingers, and other people who are considered the soft left in the Labour Party in the House of Commons. So they're getting challenged from the Greens on the left and Reform, and if you want to think about maybe the Tories for I'm a chronic Twitterer. Dan, if you can suffer being on that hell site for me, if you notice anything you think might be interesting for me to show and to explain, feel free to go into that fucking hellscape for me and just post it into the Discord. Blue Sky! Yes. Blue Sky's a little, somewhat better, yes. But yeah, I'm not going back onto Twitter. Me and my best friend symbolically burnt it. I went to our new house once I rescued her and her family from purgatory in New Jersey. Sorry, Shanna, my dear. I know you're from there, but yeah. They're back home now. They're here in Glasgow. I helped them find a house. I went to their new house. It looks fucking gorgeous. And we symbolically burnt Twitter. Just got rid of our accounts, closed them down, banished the app off our phones, and drank wine. And laughed. Said, yes, we're off it. It'll be good now, won't it? No. I love her desperately. I'm glad I've got her back home. So my friend was born and brought up here in Glasgow. She trained as a nurse. She went to Glasgow University. Then, while she was doing her degree, she met and fell in love with a New Yorker who was studying philosophy and childhood psychology at Glasgow University. They got married. They moved over. They moved back home. Or he moved back home and brought his wife with him. I am so glad I am off Twitter. I really am.
Legal action saying the government was denying more than 4 million people a vote. With a High Court hearing looming this week, the government has backed down, ordered the elections to go ahead, and will pay Reform's legal bill.
In some cases, Norfolk, Suffolk, East and West Sussex, this would have been the second year in a row that people who are paying their council tax would have been denied a chance to vote. So that's why we took them to the High Court. We were due there this Thursday. They've caved, they've collapsed. It's a victory for reform, but more importantly, it's a victory for democracy in this country.
And he's not wrong. It's insane just how pathetically incompetent this current Labour government is.
Yes.
That they do things that are so obviously wrong, that are so obviously without justification, that Nigel Farage can come out as the voice of reason. How bad do you have to be at your job to allow Nigel Farage to come along and slap you down with the most reasonable statements you've ever heard? It is embarrassing, Divinity. It's totally embarrassing. It's absolute generational embarrassment, this government. They had one job, which was to keep out like Nigel Farage, and all they've done is play into his playbook and allowed him to be able to get win after win after win in the eyes of the public. And they've laid it up on a plate for him.
Faced with a High Court challenge, the government's abandoned plans to let 30 councils in England.
Why is our high street full of betting shops and other areas don't have them? Why do I live down the road from a Greyhound racing stadium, which I don't agree with the cruelty that takes place to animals, but I also know that that is a gateway to gambling addictions. It's human harm dressed up as harmless fun, but that also sort of set me on a bit of a path about learning more about the gambling industry, and I've been working with a policy working group within the party to develop our gambling policy to hopefully move from not promoting it, but instead just permitting it. And there's a lot that we could do that would change the industry completely, that would mean that people aren't just led dry by a system that makes billions and billions of pounds and that lobbies governments endlessly. I've known people close to me who've experienced the harm of that, and I've heard really, really shocking and sad stories of people whose lives have been ruined from gambling. We went to Clacton a few weeks ago and did some filming with some constituents there in the constituency of Nigel Farage to talk to them about gambling and betting shops, and they all really felt the same, like that they are just a stain on our society and that they target the vulnerable and the poorer areas much more than they do anyone else. So I know that there's people that want us to start speaking out on this, and hopefully that's something that we can keep doing a bit more of.
It's crazy just how much of our political class are bought out by these lobby industries, like to levels of obscenity. As I saw a Labour MP who did an advert for the Betting and Gaming Council in a food bank going, I'm visiting my local food bank and here's this bet that I managed to place and I won because of this person for the Betting and Gaming Council that I get to give the money to the food bank. And I was like, this is the level of depravity that our MPs get up to given their vested interests. I think the biggest point, again, like you see so many betting shops around and they're a real kind of symbol of social decay. The high streets now are pretty desolate in some places of the country. Of course, I live in Nottingham, you live in Greater Manchester. We guess we have the privilege of living in areas where there is at least some level of footfall in city centres and thriving high streets, for example. But I used to spend some time, I lived in Whitehaven. But the actual high street, it's just betting shops and charity shops. And so you're taking these left behind areas of the country, these areas that have lost a bunch of industry, lost a bunch of jobs. All of the young people have left and moved to city areas as well. So the councils are underfunded because of lack of business rate income. So there's a real kind of social decay. And there's a lot of people there who they've got some money, but not a lot of money. And in the absence of funding from the state for anything that is useful as a third space or as an amenity for them to be able to spend their time, and they prey on the level to which that people feel kind of in a worse state because of the social decay of the country. And we do need to police this, and we also need to find a way of being able to get money back into our communities, which is, I guess, comes back round to Green Party policy, which is that, well, these communities don't have any money in them because it will get siphoned off into the pockets of the shareholders of the massive companies that have usurped all the small businesses that used to be in these areas that have then been supplanted by chains of gambling shops.
Why is our high street full of betting shops and other areas don't have them? Why do I live down the road from a Greyhound racing stadium?
We know about his connection.
Photographs that came out after he'd been appointed. None of this was known at the time. As soon as the Prime Minister found out months ago that Mandelson had deceived him, was manipulative in the answers that he gave to the questions during the vetting process. As soon as the Prime Minister found out about it, he sacked Mandelson on the spot.
Now, this is from January 2024, so that's before...
Fuck off, Reid. Fuck off. You're a councillor. You're a senior Labour member in a council back then. He got fired twice. I don't care what he says, that he left government. No, Blair fired him twice. Even before this whole process fucking started. He didn't need to be brought in. He'd already been fired twice by the party before. You didn't need him. You could have just left the ones that the Tory picked. And she was well received. She was well regarded as our ambassador to the United States. You didn't need to bring in fucking the Prince of Darkness. So hell menches. Seriously, you didn't need to bring him back. Fired twice should be enough to show what sort of kind of person, what sort of political operator that bastard was. You deserve this fallout. You really fucking do. This should have been a coffin nail in Keir Starmer's fucking political career. It should have been.
The general election. Let's take a look.
The FT did a report this summer on a JP Morgan report which suggested that Peter Mandelson had stayed at the New York townhouse of Jeffrey Epstein in 2009 when he was de facto Deputy Prime Minister, and while the financier was imprisoned for soliciting prostitution from a minor. Do you think that Lord Mandelson, who is of course a close political ally of yours, has some questions to answer?
On Peter Mandelson, look, and I do try to give pretty full answers in these sessions, I don't know any more than you do.
No, you don't.
And therefore, there's not really much I can add to what you already know, I'm afraid.
If you've been told publicly before the election, this was in January 2024, way before he was ever appointed, that there was even a potential link between Jeffrey Epstein and Peter Mandelson, did you not think to check the Financial Times' reporting? Was it not worth checking the information that had come out of that JP Morgan investigation
the Financial
about the
Times'
links between
reporting?
the two?
Was it not worth checking the information that had come out of that investigation?
Hi, Andy.
He says stuff like, well, I only know as much as you do. Well, the knowledge that was in those
He's a
documents
fucking
was the
liar.
knowledge that was publicised in 2023, so a year before that particular press conference, made it extremely clear all the information that Susanna Reid and Richard Madeley were putting to Steve Reid in the clip that we watched. All of those photos that were being played on the reel during that conversation where Steve Reid is saying all of those photos were released after the appointment, that doesn't make sense. That does not make sense because that information was in the documentation that was mentioned by Jim Pickard in that press conference from before the election. So it's a position that really doesn't hold up to any amount of scrutiny.
We know about his connection with
Photographs
Jeffrey
that
Epstein.
came out after he'd been appointed.
There is a reason why people like Peter Mandelson try desperately to undermine Jeremy Corbyn every single day. His own words, right? Is because the political class that Peter Mandelson was a part of, all those kind of people who have links to the super rich, who have links to the oligarchs, and indeed have links to people like Jeffrey Epstein, are threatened by somebody who's not part of their gang, who's not part of their permanent political class, who's not a member of the big club, is in power. Their shield of protection for their wrongdoing goes away. There's a reason that the mainstream media has tread lightly on this situation, is because they're all part of that permanent media political class as well. If Jeremy Corbyn, somebody who's not part of that media political class, had become Prime Minister, suddenly all of these people's veils of secrecy would have been unveiled. There's a reason why the Labour right tried desperately hard to prevent Jeremy Corbyn being Prime Minister, because once Jeremy Corbyn had access to all the documents, knowing that all these people had been up to no good, suddenly they would no longer be protected by their power, and they would have no power. He was the biggest threat to the continual revolving door that happens within our permanent political class. It's another reason why the selections were handled so carefully as far as Labour MPs were concerned in the run-up to the election. And again, it wasn't necessarily about ideology. It was about loyalty to Keir Starmer. It was about being part of the inner ring, part of the Politburo, part of the media political class that they wanted to cultivate for future. Because Because there were some people who got through that weren't particularly Labour right, but they were loyal to Keir Starmer. Anyone who might not toe the line on this one got blocked and removed because they knew they couldn't tolerate insubordination should there be some kind of power change at the top of the party. Having unilateral control over the Parliamentary Labour Party in terms of which faction is in control makes sure that there is no chance of a future disruptor like Corbyn getting access to number 10 or getting access to a lot of the kind of information that we're seeing now from the Epstein files. There is a reason why people like Peter Mandelson try desperately to undermine Jeremy Corbyn every single day. His own words, right? Is because the political class that Peter Mandelson was a part of, all those kind of people who have links to the super rich.
Trump has been saying all along, I think he feels frustrated and fed up with the NATO, the European side. He feels that they've used America, when they've gone into wars and so forth, they rely on America so heavily to spend on them. They haven't pulled their weight, and then they want to take the glory for it. It's like the money train's finished now. He's fed up of propping up Europe, and, we can't keep thinking about Second World.
Again, like propping up Europe. They've not done propping up of Europe. They have been using Europe as their massive base and geopolitically strategic entity in their sphere of influence, right? Their previous sphere of influence. They've not been, again, defending Europe because they're just such a benevolent superpower. No, they use it strategically for geopolitical strategy and as a base with which to be economically imperialist and for a broader economic relationship, right? Like, it's just so dumb that so many people have internalized this idea that America spends money on its military just to be nice to Europe. That's just never been the case. Like, you have to be such a potato IQ to think that.
Second World War. We have to think about what's happening now. And the fact is that Trump is fed up of Europe and the fact that they have been using America for many years. If something happens or Greenland is attacked right now, America will be expected to spend more, to give more, maybe lives, boots on the ground, money to defend.
Is anyone thinking? No one asked for America to spend gargantuan amounts of their overall budget on having a stupidly big military that they never use, right? No one asked them. You want to ask me? I want America to cut its military budget and spend on some welfare state instead. Actually have a welfare state, America. No one asked this. No one asked you for it. You did it because it's in your geopolitically strategic interests to do so.
Trump has been saying all along, I think he feels frustrated and fed up with the European.
The right wing are obsessed with attacking Sadiq Khan on the grounds of the fact that he is in a multicultural area of society, and a successful one at that they'll keep lying about how safe London is when actually most London residents do feel pretty safe in London. The crime rate has gone down, especially when it comes to homicide. It's much better than it used to be in London. And the reality, of course, is that is an electoral strategy by the right to essentially try and say you can't vote for Muslims, basically, because then your area will end up looking like London. And I'm just it'd be so easy to win over voters in the left-behind areas of the country. Because the actual strategy that the right wing should be saying is London gets everything. In fact, London is too good because they've not redistributed enough from London to the north or the Midlands or whatever it is, or to Scotland and Wales. London gets all of the money, and that's why London is really good. The tragedy of London is that it's good at the expense of a better redistributive system for the other countries and regions in the UK. But the right wing don't want to admit that London is good because they hate the fact that the mayor is a Muslim and that there are lots of Muslims in London, and they want to make it seem like a multicultural hellscape, when in fact it's really nice. It's really nice, and arguably too nice, because a lot of investment that goes into London should be going elsewhere. But they refuse to admit it because they're too racist to be politically efficacious. The right wing are obsessed with attacking Sadiq Khan. Starmer and co are very happy to set up the surveillance state for a future Tory or Reform government to use that to their own ends. Spy tech giant Palantir, named after Saruman's all-seeing orb from Lord of the Rings, has recently been awarded the biggest defence contract in British history as part of the UK-US strategic partnership that has offloaded even more of our democratic decision-making to the White House and their cronies. What I want to draw people's attention to is this tweet from Palantir's co-founder Joe Lonsdale, which includes quite the confession, responding to a tweet that says, "Commies aren't allowed in this hemisphere, and every one of them should be blown up along with their gravesites." And Mr. Lonsdale responds with, "Exactly. What did you think founding Palantir was supposed to be about?" Now that you...
Don't make me go out and buy a katana again, can you, please? A decent katana is a good couple of £1,000. I will save up for it if I feel I'm going to be threatened, and you're going to get the full ire of this mad Scottish woman. Don't do it. Just because I'm a Marxist and an eco-socialist doesn't mean I have any less right to exist in the world, so fuck you. Peter Thiel, just fuck off. Go away. Shut up. And all those sort of things. Correct, Elron. Delightful, isn't it? Spending 5% of GDP on warfare, essentially, or arms, munitions, and different military platforms that we could use. Basically, they want us to buy American. No, in certain warfare industrial complex, geopolitical warfare, essentially. The European companies and British companies are better at making shit. Just saying. Not that I want the money to be spent on that, of course. Death Ray Tower. I love that. That's amazing, Elron. Yum.
The US is using its power to murder leftists is nothing new. Operation Gladio saw the CIA enlist stay-behind squads across Europe with the express goal of killing communists and socialists. But these kinds of people are now deeply intertwined with the UK surveillance state, and given that the US seems perfectly happy to apply its domestic laws and power abroad to its adversaries, how long until the same is true for their allies? I have no doubt in my mind that this will be music to the ears of the headbangers of the UK right, and they will be happy to cooperate in neutralising left-wing opposition to the domestic brand of Trumpism. Do any of us seriously believe that if this were to happen to us, that the supine invertebrate that is our human rights liar-in-chief Keir Starmer would stand up to Trump? He's already been happy to sell off our security to Trump's Palantir pals and collaborate with Trump in what amounts to international piracy. Given the Starmer project from day one was the removal of the left from public life, you can't imagine he'd put up that much of a fight. The only way to protect ourselves against encroaching American influence is to actually value the sovereignty that the right wing only pretends to care about. We need total De-Yankification. No more American corporations getting government contracts, no more American asset management firms owning our real estate, no more American private equity firms owning our water companies, banning foreign money from our politics, and no more important American culture war nonsense from the think tank industrial complex either. It's bad enough being an economic and geopolitical vassal state for the US. Can we at least be spared having to do with cringy stuff like Doge or Zia Yusuf banging on about fentanyl and DEI, please? Or indeed, the proliferation of Trump-style red hats from Steve Reed & Co. Starmer and Co. are very happy to set up the surveillance state for a...
Andy. Do you still be here, my comrade?
I do. Sorry, yes. Yes, I was dozing off of it. I was just watching Helena there and thinking of, I don't know if she said it or she inferred it, but how come McDonald's restaurants up and down the land, or restaurants, you can barely call them that, whatever it is they do, how come there's never Americans working on McDonald's? Surely, if we're important that American fast food culture, we should have Americans working there. The way there's Indians in Indian restaurants, Chinese people in Chinese restaurants.
That's a good point, actually. Give me a minute, I'm bringing you up.
Oh.
There'll be my Andy. Here we go.
Where? Am I on screen now?
Rejoice! Andy, look. On screen.
Oh, wow. That's
exciting. See if I can bring you up a bit.
Hello, everyone. This is me, 16 years into the future from where you last saw me.
There we go. That's better. That one. There we go. I'll just move you over a bit. There we go. And I'll increase your size a bit. Over a bit. There we go. Rejoice. We can see an Andy. Hello, my dear.
Greetings, Chad.
Say hello to everyone. This is the man himself. 16 years in the future. You looked amazing, by the way, back then.
Didn't look bad, did it? Yeah. Thank you.
Of course not. We're both blessed. We're both kind of lucky in the way we look. See, I've always considered myself kind of lucky. I don't really look my age. Trust me, I fucking feel it. I just don't look
I miss that leather jacket. I mean, it wouldn't fit me now, like, it's a padded out bit in the middle. But,
I miss my... at one point, I had 3 leather jackets. Like, I had a full-length one right down to the ankles. That one cost me £103, but that was 6. So I've been 17, 28 years ago. Holy fuck! I am older. And I've had like moto jacket, so that's basically just above the waist, just about here-ish. And one that was just slightly above my knees. That's the one I wore the most. I used to be a dominatrix back in the day. That's why I got the full-length leather one. Sort of matrix style. And a full-length suede one as well, because I am a nerd. And I like suede.
Oh God, Davinia, 34 years. So now I'm thinking about how long since I left school. And it's... I think I'm a couple of 1 or 2 years older than you. My God. Oh.
Rejoice, comrades. Bass Glaswegian, Orchestran. Hello, darling. Hi. How are you doing? Oh dear God.
I'm Andree.
That's the year my youngest sister was born. Fuck. I try not to mention little sister's age. That's the same year that Jenrick was born, by the way. 83. When did I leave school? I was 4 years old when you left music school, my dear. So I was just starting primary. I've got to stop buying chocolate. I keep on saying the same thing as well, Davinia. Haven't managed to do it yet. Maybe, you never know, I might be able to do it.
Oh, I'm down the last 2 days before my income comes in, so it was noodles tonight. It was pasta last night. It'll be pasta again tomorrow. But I've got one of the fresh stuffed pastas left, so I'll be having that. Spinach and ricotta.
Ooh, that's my middle sister's favourite dish. Spinach and ricotta, ravioli with a cream and mushroom sauce. She quite likes it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I do like my mushroom.
Middle sister tries to stay like vegetarian, some vegan, but with still some protein, mostly chicken. She's not really a big red meat eater. I am. I need the protein. I love my steak. I'm not going to give up my moo. I love my beef too much. And saying that, I am having burgers. Homemade burgers made by Super Hubby because he is awesome. And we have a burger press.
Oh, wow, okay.
And
cool.
Homemade rolls. We have tried to make homemade barbecue sauces before, but it's getting the ingredients for it. We buy it in bulk, but we don't make it as much now, so we just use like Heinz barbecue sauce, or I like ketchup.
I don't do a lot of home cooking. That's something I should try. Again, homemade burgers. Not like a homemade pizza.
I can help. I can help you, Andy. I can help you. We do. It's mostly home cooking for us.
It's just meat, really, isn't it? Get some meat and make it into a shape. Probably put fancy stuff in now.
It's all about the flavour for me. So I make up the mix. I can either choose like spring onions or cybos. So shallot or mild onions and smoked paprika, maybe some chili flakes or something. I'm not going to put chili flakes in the burger today though. So it'll be like smoked paprika, some garlic and seasoning. And then like Super Hubby has like there's sitting in the fridge in a like a squeezy bottle is a spicy peri condiment sauce essentially that he puts on his burger. I just go with barbecue or ketchup. And wedges this time instead of fries. Wedges are awesome.
I have my ritual when my benefits money come in. As soon as the clock turns midnight, I'll order a takeaway. I found a place near me does like a cheeseburger meal. And it's buy one, get one free for £10.99. So 2 cheeseburgers, 2 chips, 2 cans of mystery cola for 11 quid, and then the courier costs on top. So I'll be getting that on Monday. No, on Tuesday. Because little tip, if you get paid by backs, which I do, Monzo lets you get your payment through like 36 hours early.
Yes. That's the same for my one. For anyone who is curious, I used to work in that sphere before I stopped working. BAC stands for Bank Automated Credit System, which is basically how people's benefits, mine or Andy's or anyone in the chat who receives benefits.
It's benefits
from the UK
backs
government.
too.
What?
It's benefits through backs.
Yes.
Shit, I've got to switch in. Because 2 bank accounts and benefits go
You
through
can't
the old
if you receive benefits from the UK government, it always comes through backs because it's been set up like that since not her, but from Major's era. That's when they brought it in. You either had to have like your, oh God, what was it one? It was the one that it was the bank account that you got from the post office. You had to either have that or just like a standard bank account, so all the benefits get paid through backs. It is to this very day. That's how it works. That's how the British government negotiated it back in the day, the 93 or 94, I believe. But before that, you used to get gyros. But you still got gyros up until like the mid 2000s, like 2004 or 5 or something. But then it went completely over to backs. By the way, that system is owned by an American banking conglomerate. Delightful. We've been yankified to the nth extent, and I want to end it. Me and Helena are of the same mind. De-Yankification now, please. Thank you. We will get on to what happens in the Republic of Ireland later. I mean, as a country, essentially. Don't get me wrong, I've been talking about it every now and again, at least once or twice a year at least, that we need to get rid of all the American corporations and what is known as the double Irish. Delightful. Just, no, we should be doing that ourselves, thanks. I don't want to be using American corporations. Fuck off. Just, no. Don't like it.
Yeah, maybe there should be a lifestyle name for you. Vegetarians give up meat. What do you call somebody who gives up American stuff?
Yeah.
That should be a more mainstream lifestyle choice.
It should be, yes. I totally agree. I've just realised I've been going for 3 hours and 54 fucking minutes.
Wow.
Do you mind
Maybe
if we
we should save Doctor Who chat for another time.
We can do it tomorrow if you wish, because I will be covering, now that you've told me that Bojo's going to be on award-winning journalism. God save us, please.
You might need me or somebody else to come through and co-host for therapeutic purposes.
I would love that.
Make it, yeah. I mean, I suppose... yeah, Boris Johnson's not quite the threat that he once was, so that's something, a happier thought.
Yeah, he's still a bellend, though.
Massively. Yeah, and I'm sure...
Oh,
yes,
right.
we have lots to contribute to the week of Windsor Mountbattery's arrest for various stuff. Yeah.
Well, it's when he was trade secretary.
Just pressed me. I've got nothing to contribute to the chat now. Just thinking about Boris Johnson.
No. Yeah. Oh, no worries, Andy. Trust me.
Sleep is called for, right, Chad?
Yes. I will end here, but I'll be sticking about. I'll find someone to read into because I'm feeling quite good. I've still got some energy left in me, but it is my duty to make sure that my friends, my chat, my comrades and friends here on the left. Bri, will you be going live?
Yeah, I was just about to put in I think I'm probably the new kid in here, but I got to see Bri, your guy's stream a week or two ago, talking about mental health stuff, and it was phenomenal. It was a really good stream.
It was amazing.
And I'll check it out again in the future.
Yeah. Yes, you've arrived a bit too late, Madmar. I do apologise, my friend. Yes, I've been going for 4 hours. I'm going to do a duty of care to my chatters. You're all lovely, amazing people, and I appreciate you so much for being here. Thank you, Andy. You're amazing as well. Thank you for joining.
Always
it's been
a pleasure.
Great. That video was great. I will my niblet up the road in Perth. I will give them that video as well because they love graphic novels as well. She has learned from her auntie.
Another plug for my YouTube channel. Sunday Comics launches tomorrow at midday. There's also some videos from my Scottish tour. Katie, I found a photograph of us together, which appears at the end of the final video on Blackness Castle. And there's some gerbil videos up there. I've got 12 gerbils, and they're kind of fun, and they're a pain in the butt. So I film them all, run a commentary underneath. So yeah, you might like those.
Yes.
But sorry, back to our host.
Thank you, Andy, so much. It's been amazing. I'm going to get you up to Perth at some point. I will literally create the world's biggest lasso and drag you over. And obviously I want you to come back to Glasgow at least anyway, so we can maybe go out for like a coffee or a meal or something, a lunch somewhere.
That would be nice. So I've been to Perth, Australia, so the least I can do is Perth, Scotland. Yeah.
Yes. Of course. Thank you so much. Say thank you to Andy, everyone. He is amazing. Go and check out his channel. I will try to fix my shout outs so I can shout out everyone because we need to grow our communities, obviously. So yes, we will end there. Thank you so much, Andy. It's been amazing. My fingers don't work that great. There we go.
We'll figure out to do something next week. Yeah,
yes.
I'd be up for that. Loved you all. If you're going to sleep, rest and restore. Enjoy your morning or night.
If you want to jump in for my analysis of Laura Kay later on, like the 9 or 10ish today, essentially, that'd be lovely because I will just lose my shit listening to Boris yet again. Fucking hell. He's not even in fucking politics and he's a liar. They knew he was a liar and they still fucking elected him. And we had to live with him as fucking Prime Minister. Boris, just fuck off. Thank you, Andy. You're not allowed to go. I'm sorry, Magma. That is not in your control, unfortunately. I will be back later on, don't you worry. You will get your mad Scottish lass back. If nothing else, you can see me rant at Boris Johnson again. It's been a while since I've done that, actually. And it is always cathartic, as always. Because we have to deal with people like Boris. I'll be more interested in what Bridget Phillipson and Laura Trott have to say. Maybe not so much as what the Admiral, the Radican, will be saying. But Bridget Phillipson will be important, obviously, to see what sort of bollocks she'll be saying. Oh no, I'm not going to sleep. I'm fine. I had an nap. I slept all the way through. I went to bed roughly 12 hours ago, and I got up at 9:30, had a shower, got dressed. I was at the conference online for the Scottish Green Party. So I've been doing quite well today. And other than the shoulder being a bit of a bastard, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. It's good when my health actually falls on a good day, when I do my streams. So yes, I will be back. Don't you worry, Mad Mart. Because politics do be ongoing and things do be happening everywhere, especially here. Thank you, Andy, again. I will talk to you later on, and you can maybe jump in and we can deal with Boris Johnson together. Haha.
Oh, wish us luck. Wish us all luck.
Yes, we need it. Thank you again. I'll just bring this up and we can end the call. Thank you so much, my comrade. And I'll talk to you later. You can jump back in the chat and we can read out to someone. Thank you so much. Say bye to Andy, everyone. Bye, Andy.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye. Went well, thank you. I'll go back onto my far-right wankery. And that. Bring back my screen capture. So we have something to look at while I find a red target. Yes, that one will do. There we go. Move you over there. Thank you, my comrades. Let's see who we can raid, shall we? I have no idea who is going live. I can put a poll in chat if you want. Right, we have Mayor McCheese. We have the skeleton. Ooh, Q's still going. Oh, Red's going. Red. Fantastic. Yes, let's go and say hello to Red Rust. Red. He is doing Rocksmith. Red is an awesome bassist. Start Red. Yes, I'm okay. Right. Let's go and say hi to Red Rust 308. Bye, Davinia. Feel free to join us tomorrow, or join me tomorrow, when we deal with Bridget Phillips and Laura Trott and Boris. Thank you, everyone. I'll just mute Red a second. Stay hydrated, not necessarily with Thatcher's or cider or any other drink. Self-care is good care. Take your meds if you need to take any. Stay based, free Palestine, and tell that book-eating freak Matt Goodwin to shut up. Go, Hannah! Ah!